Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. That's right. I'll give myself. Only you can make the change. I'll give myself. Shine your head at you. I'll give myself. Shine so bright. From darkness to light. Hey, 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 hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Genesis, Detroit. Truth in the algorithm. Welcome to the live stream.
Yo, live stream junkie with the mic turned on, breaking down the matrix while the lights stay on. Politics, religion, yeah, we question every claim, while the media playing narratives and shifting every frame. Ancestors speaking through the wisdom of Ifa, cosmic knowledge shining like a distant star. From Detroit to the world on a digital stage, dropping truth bombs every time I hit the page.
Welcome to the channel where the truth get deployed.
Yeah. DJ Genesis live from Detroit.
Breaking down the system, every lie gets destroyed. Yeah.
Tap in, subscribe, you rocking with the voice.
Yeah, welcome to the channel.
Yeah. Where the truth get deployed.
Yeah. DJ Genesis live from Detroit. Yeah.
Breaking down the system, every lie gets destroyed.
Yeah.
Tap in, subscribe, you rocking with the voice.
Yeah. Debates on fire, got the comments going crazy. Asking questions that the system can't face me. From ancient civilizations to the modern day lies, connecting dots that they hide from the public eye.
Knowledge of self, yeah, the ancestors guide. When the full moon rising for the spiritual tide.
This the place where the truth gets exposed.
Every live stream, another chapter unfolds.
To the channel. Yeah. Welcome to the channel where the
truth get deployed.
DJ Genesis live from Detroit.
Breaking down the system, every lie gets destroyed. Tap in, subscribe, you rocking with the voice.
DJ Genesis Detroit. Truth seekers unite, 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 unite.
I be landing, stomach human break his teeth. I see the beast coming forth, the Lord sparking in the dark. Showing the arc, sending the arch with degrees from the east. Tanzania be fuck Illuminati, like Malcolm, hold the shy. Enemy spy you, the drop I got you. Turn the city Gotham, music gothic. I watch straight like the shaka. Uptown spit fire vodka or 9-5 rock bronze, and that's with a war calm. Muslims call the Adon thing Shema, O Israel, we raise out of hell. Break gates, goes enslaved, animated cape. Two-faced Jake Snake reside in the brain, stimulating lower hate. The collie you can age with blood stains and pose vamp. The lost amp ramming schizophrenics. Damn it, I see the puppet master disaster. Can't stop, muscle rock, I'm the master. Leeway got the globe, I'm the last dragon. Always be first. You drop a verse, I impose a y'all curse. Burst for truth, obey my thirst. Talk, get your jaw broke. Herb ass nigga, we made your whole all figures. Fuck Tommy Hill, no more slaves in the field. We ram any squad, keep it real. Never fake a dollar bill. Come close, get popped like pain pills. I see the blue still running me down in the wilderness in the end. We fulfill the will. We fulfill the will. We're real scared. It's a mad, mad world. Check it 1, 2, 3. Let these niggas know I'm just a fly MC. It's a mad, mad world. Check it 1, 2, 3. Let these niggas know I'm just a fly MC. It's a mad, mad world. Check it 1, 2, 3. Let these niggas know I'm just a fly MC. It's a mad, mad world. Check it 1, 2, 3. Let these niggas know I'm just a fly MC. I destroy MCs, the science of my mind. Reign supreme on this rap theme shit. I take it to an extreme, like a Black Lotus priest in a cipher. I eat you up like pieces of Reese's. Just the anthropology of my word currency. You fucking with me? You need an emergency surgery on the parts of your body.
All right, welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and we are here with Prince Charlene Dean and Abba Israel as well. We're still waiting on one more person to join, but shouts out to everyone that is here for this beautiful information that we are about to bring to you guys. Shouts out, shalom, peace to the viewers, listeners in chat, mods, and host. I think that the mods, somebody set it up for a subscriber mode only. But you know what? At first I was like, no, let people talk. But you know what? Subscribe. You want to say something in the chat, subscribe. So, I thought about that. Whoever did that, shouts out to you, because I didn't even think to do that. You want to talk about the subject, subscribe first and then talk. So much love. Shouts out to this conversation that we're about to have. We're talking about the situation in Iran, the fall of the world powers. Okay. So let's get into it. Let's go. All right. Okay, you can go ahead, Mighty Hebrew. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Put your screen on.
Yeah. Hold on, see, I can see. Hallelujah. Let me get this. Let me get myself together. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Zaquan Yehoshaphat? What's going on?
I've told me over, feeling good like a Hebrew should. All is well, my beloved brother. All is well. Shalom to my beloved sister for having me on. And shalom to all the brothers and sisters that's here with us tonight to hear the information that we're about to let them know what's going on. Because this is our time. This is the opportunity that our ancestors have been looking for years and years and years to come. So you're living at this moment. You're living in a very, very important prophetic moment. And so we're going to break that down and give our people an overview of what's happening around us here today, so we can understand it for ourselves as a people.
Hallelujah. I'm very excited.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? This your show, Zaquan, because it's been a minute. We've been waiting you to come on, back on, but this is like a real perfect time. I got my book right here. If y'all ain't get this, y'all better get this. The Revelations of Daniel, Yah's prophetic utterances to Black America and all mankind. You can see, like, he ain't played no games with this book. Yo, let's get straight to all and let y'all know, Adon Mikael from the Way of Yah, he's just going to be like 15 minutes late, but he's coming. He's coming. All right, so he's setting up now. Everything is computer. But yeah, show this real quick, DJ Genesis, this book. Put my screen up real fast. Here you go. Let me so y'all can all see.
Your laptop is covering. Okay.
Y'all need to get this book right here. This is the book that Elder Yehoshaphat wrote, and he's break everything that's happening worldwide from a Tanakh standpoint. Man, everything you said, Zaquan, is happening in chronological order, man.
Praise the Most High Yah. Hallelujah. And I give all praise, all glory to his name.
Absolutely. So let's get started. DJ Genesis, since you're the host, go ahead and start with the elder, and we're going to feed off of you. We listening. Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Because this is your interview, DJ Genesis, so go ahead.
All right, so let's get into Iran. So are you in Israel right at the moment?
No, no, ma'am. No, my sister. I'm here in Babylon. I'm here in the United States of America, but I have been to Israel before. I have visited the land of Israel before, and I visited my brothers and sisters there in the community down there in Dimona, in the southern part of Israel, in the Negev region. But I'm not in Israel right now. But I'm a part of Israel, and although I'm not physically in the land of Israel, my spirit is connected to the land because when we talk tonight, our show, Black America, our historical, our spiritual, cultural connection to that particular geographical area. And it has a lot to do with us. And that's why in my book, I said, Yah's prophetic utterance to Black America and all mankind. In this particular prophetic situation that we're in today, we're not going to ride in the back of the bus. And, you know, for 400 years in the United States of America, our struggle has been for human dignity. And so we always been at the back of the bus. But in this prophetic moment that we're in at this time, we're not in the back of the bus. In fact, we in front of the bus. We driving the bus. So it's a whole different equation. So it's Yah's prophetic utterance to Black America first, us, the lost sheep of the house of Israel, and all mankind, because we have respect for all the nations of the earth. But the truth of the matter is that the nations of the earth has not respected us. So therefore, we have to understand that we first, and in this situation, we don't ride the back of the bus.
So currently, in Israel, you have people that have migrated over to, from America to Israel by a nuclear power plant. Do you think that is a dangerous place for those individuals to be? Or do you think that Iran already knows that those people are there and they're not going to touch that area because they know that those people are there? What are your thoughts?
Now, first of all, now that area is just part of the area. The entire land itself is occupied by the Jewish state. It's the Jewish state of Israel, which was founded in 1948. And so in 1948, the European converts, not the actual descendants of the ancient Afro-Asiatic Hebrew people, but the European converts out of parts of Europe and North America, they, under the Balfour Declaration and the assistance of President Harry Truman, they established the Jewish state in May of 1948. Now, the brothers and sisters that's there in Dimona, they came there in December of 1969. And so they came there in 1969. And so when they came there, they were transferred down toward the region to stay there in Arad and also there later in Dimona. But the thing of it is at that time, Israel was secretly working on a nuclear plant plan. See, Israel actually stole the nuclear know-how and technology from the United States of America. And during the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, Israel did not declare themselves as a nuclear power. And so their whole nuclear research thing was under wraps. So they put the brothers and sisters down there, but they had no public knowledge. Our people didn't, but the state of Israel knew that they would had a secret plant there all the time. So, but now, in light of what we see going on in this war between the Jewish state and Iran, and we see that the Jewish state attacked Iranian nuclear facilities. And so by the Jewish state attacking Iranian nuclear facilities, now the facility in Dimona is fair game as far as Iran is concerned, as far as them retaliating against what they have done to them. So this does put our brothers and sisters in a very precarious situation with this going on, because as far as we're concerned, we're definitely not praying for the Jewish state. And we definitely are not saying God bless the state of Israel. And so that's not our cry. So it is a very a precarious situation for them to be in at this moment. And if I had it my way, as a strategist, I would have took what I call a tactical retreat to parts of Africa until the storm blow over, and then come back and move forward. People do it in the military all the time, in warfare. They do it all the time. If you see that a situation is overwhelming and you see that that your forces need to regroup, it's nothing wrong with stepping back regrouping, getting yourself together, then coming back and moving forward. So that's just my personal position. But they've been there, and I pray and hope for their personal safety, in this particular situation. But it does not look good for the state of Israel at this moment, and also not just at this moment, but prophetically, because prophetically, according to the scriptures, the state of Israel must fall. It must fall. It must fall. And so if it's fall, it's going to be some fallout. And so, and that's the same with the United States of America. It's going to fall too. And so if you see who the two tag teams are the United States of America, and the other tag team is the Jewish state. And there's a reason that they are a tag team, because if you look at this spiritual, because it's four ways that you can look at this. And this is the way, if our people want to look at it, from, I say, a divine perspective, it's four ways that you can look at it. The first level that you can look at it, you can look at what's going on today. You can look at it from a geopolitical perspective, just looking at geopolitics, what's going on around us. You can look at it like that. The next perspective is that you can look at the historical perspective, of what you're seeing happening right now. And then the third perspective would be a prophetic perspective, a prophetic perspective. And last but not least, you have to look at the Israelite perspective, and that's where we come in. And so if it's okay, I'll start with the first perspective, which is the geopolitical perspective. Okay,
That's the key. Hallelujah.
Okay, so the geopolitical perspective is this. All right, in the world that we live in today, just to bring our people up to date on what's going on, and the world that we live in today, basically the foundation of this world that we live in today, it got started after World War II. So all the babies that was born after 1945. So if you was born in like the 1950s, the 1960s, the 1970s, the 1980s, 90s up into this. Okay, you was born what they call post World War II, and so you were the children that came in during that era. And during this particular geopolitical time, the United States of America was an unchallenged superpower across the world. They had bombed Japan to win World War II. They had defeated Germany and Europe to set up NATO in Western Europe, and they were unchallenged on this side of the hemisphere. So they were the dominant power on the face of the earth. And so that's geopolitical. Now, as they dominated the world with an iron fist. They dominated the world with an iron fist. And with this iron fist, they have exploited all the nations of the earth with their iron fist. They've gone into Africa and they take all the resources that they can find there. They've gone into Asia, they've taken all the resources they can find there. They've went into the Americas, they've taken all the resources they find. They call this imperialism, they call this capitalism, but basically it's robbery. And that's when what you do is you go into another nation and you dominate that nation. You take their resources, you bring it back to the United States of America. You make America strong and make America great again. And so this has been the geopolitical situation for the United States of America ever since 1945. And so since this dominant position that they have, they feel entitled to tell another nation what to do. Although they're almost like the gods of the earth. They're the ones that can tell another nation how many missiles you can have, whether you can have nuclear technology or not, whether you can do this, whether you can do that. We put sanctions on you. So they've been the dominant power that has ruled the earth geopolitically. But now, where we are now, we're in the year 2026. And so here we are in the year 2026 now, we're talking about almost 80 years later. And so over these 80 years, something has happened. What has happened in these 80 years that we've been living? Well, in these 80 years that we've been living, we on a prophetic level, we transition from one time zone to another time zone. We transition from a time zone of, prophetically speaking, from the legs of iron, and then we come into a prophetic time zone where we come into the feet, at which are partly iron and they're partly clay. And so this is where we have evolved. And so as we have evolved into this new era, the other nations, the nations that were once oppressed, exploited, dominated, beat down, poor like clay, dirt. I mean, poor nations that's been colonized like Brazil, nations that's been invaded like Russia. I mean, people that's been occupied like India, people that's been occupied like China. In the 1800s, do you know Britain had China, everybody over there strung out on opium? I mean, the whole kingdom of China was dominated by a little bit of Britain, Ireland, UK, little bit of, came all the way from Western Europe, went all the way over to Asia, dominated whole China, and had whole China strung out on opium. Every Chinese was walking around with a needle in his arm. This was in the 1800s, up until the early 1900s, until China broke away from that and set up a communist nation to become who they are today. We know about South Africa. The same way with them. They were under apartheid. Mandela had to fight against that. We look at Ethiopia, exploited, invaded by the Italians. We look at all the third world nations. So these are the clay nations that now have risen up, and now they have power. Iran is one of these dominant developing nations in the latter days. And Iran is very powerful geopolitical speaking, because Iran is a nation that sits right in the center. And if you look at the map and you look at the Western world on this side, and you look at the Eastern world on that side, and you see Persia, which they call Iran. And just for the record, Iran is Persia. It was named Persia in 1935. In 1935, they changed it from Persia over to Iran, but the name is actually Persia. But anyway, Persia, Iran, it sits right in the middle between the two. So on this side, you have China, which is the number one, actually the dominant world power right now, but they say two. And on the other side, you got the United States of America, which proclaimed itself to be the number one dominant power in the world today. But they split between iron and clay. And they don't see the world the same way. On this side, China wants Iran to stay in their sphere of power so they can get the energy to keep their kingdom running. On this side, America wants Iran to be flipped so the state of Israel can be the dominant power in the Middle East, and Israel can expand all the way over to the Euphrates River. And so this is what the United States is trying to help Benjamin Netanyahu do. But as a matter of fact, I believe Benjamin Netanyahu been eliminated. I think he's been assassinated. I think they got him last night when Iran hit him with ballistic missiles. Those one-ton hypersonic. So the people looking for him, and they've been. You have several news agencies across the Middle East: Saudi Arabian, Iran, Russian, India. It's not just one. Lebanese, Turkey. A lot of these news agencies are reporting that Netanyahu is actually dead. And so it's been 2 days. He's not surfaced. So we're looking for him. So it's an eye for an eye. They got Ali Khamenei, and then they tried to get his son just the other night. And so they came back just last night. And I believe that they got Netanyahu. They also got the Mossad chief. And also they got a lot of, I think they say got his brother and a few other people that was close to him in the bunker. So this is what's going on politically speaking. Now, historically speaking, the European man, he feels entitled to dominate the world. He feels that since he has the industrialized world, the capitalist world, the imperialist world, the most advanced world, the technologically advanced world, he feels like he is the first man, the first man on the face of the earth. And so historically speaking, he thinks he has a right and that he's entitled to dominate the earth. But historically speaking, Persia, which is Iran, it goes all the way back, historically speaking, it goes all the way back, we're talking about thousands of years. We're talking about 3,000 years, 4,000 years. So Persia has been established for thousands of years before the United States of America was even thought of. And so historically speaking, Persia will die before they bow down before somebody who just came out of the caves just a few thousand years ago. And so when Europe was nothing but a wasteland, and Europe was nothing but a northern forest, when Europe didn't have no London and no Paris and no Copenhagen and Brussels and all these great cities that you hear about in Western Europe, you had Persia, which established a classical established civilization. So in the eyes of Persia, they'll be damned if they bow down to this man who's a gentleman come lately. So you got pride on this side. And for this reason, historically, America is in a fight that they will not win. So now moving to the prophetic perspective, the third perspective, prophetically speaking, we as a people, and see, they've had blinders on us here in the United States of America. We've been behind enemy lines. What our people fail to realize.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Okay. You said geopolitical. You had two, but I missed what was two?
Yeah. Historical. That was historical. I just spoke historical.
So you'll understand. One was geopolitical, two was historical, and third is what's the third one? Prophetic. Correct?
Okay.
Prophetic. Yeah, that's the one we're on now. Prophetic came. Right. All right. So now, prophetically speaking, all right, we as a people have been behind enemy lines for 400 years under occupation in this country, whether our people realize it or not. We've been occupied. See, you got a land called Israel and you got a people called Israel. And so is it with the land, so is it with the people. We're connected like a woman with an umbilical cord. And just like umbilical cord comes from the child and the mother, although you cut it, it's always a spiritual connection. So although we've been cut, it's still always that spiritual connection. So prophetically speaking, we the people, whether we realize it or not. So it's not up to us to accept it or reject it. It is what it is. And what it is this. The people, the majority, because you got all type of people. Everybody that came were not. But the overriding majority of the people that were brought into North America under the English occupation that we're under right now, the English occupation that began in Jamestown settlement, when they brought the first 20 captives into the Chesapeake Bay and transferred them down to Hampton Roads and brought them down to the Jamestown settlement. And they traded it was 17 men and 3 women. They traded these 20 captives over for food and for whiskey because they had ran out of supplies. There was a ship called the White Lion. It was a Dutch ship, and it came in and they sold it over. This was the beginning of a 400-year captivity in the so-called English colony, which grew from the 13 colonies to the 13 states that expanded westward and became the 50 United States and grew worldwide. It became a dominant global empire known as the daughter of Babylon. This experience began with us on August the 19th, 1619. From that point on, 1719, terrorism, torture, torment, pure hell. 1819, massacres, lynching, rejection. 1919, riots, more killing, massacre, Elaine massacre, East St. Louis massacre, Memphis massacre, massacre. And so we finally make it to 2019. And so when we come to 2019, whether our people realize it or not, we had done 400 years of prison time in the United States of America, the land of the enemy, the house of bondage. And so we had done 400 years. And this is why we've been catching hell in the United States of America, whether our people realize it or not. America is not your land. I know you have brothers FBA running around and say we was here and we were this and that and that, but I'm here to tell you, prophetically speaking, and that's the only thing I'm speaking from, prophetically speaking. And if you want to speak about something else, okay, that's another conversation, but I'm speaking prophetically. But prophetically speaking, the people that have endured the 400 years of affliction and oppression in this strange land that they call the United States of America are the descendants of the ancient Afro-Asiatic Hebrew people spoken of in the ancient Hebrew scriptures. And so after 2019, spiritually speaking, on a spiritual level, prophetically speaking, the Most High opened the door of return, that our people would no longer have to be in bondage in the United States of America. And it manifested itself on a physical realm to let you know that we're in tune with a higher power, because you have to have physical evidence to know that you're in tune with a higher power, because people can say anything. But so you have to have some physical evidence that manifests itself to know that you is lining up with the spiritual realm. And so when 2019 comes, to prove that we were lined up with the physical realm, the Most High put it on the Kingdom of Ghana. The president, Nana Adu, he came to the United States of America. He brought an Israelite brother with him. He went to the National Press Club, and he announced the year of return for the African diaspora, for the people who have been in the United States of America since 1619. Something that was historical, and in that year, over 1 million people, so-called black people, the lost sheep of the house of Israel, over 1 million people left the United States of America and journeyed over to Ghana. Since then, over 200,000 of those have not returned. They continued their journey on eastward. And so more are going to be coming. But this is on the prophetic level, 400 years. So the Most High proved that after the 400 years that the time was up. But just like anything else, it's just like it is on the historical Juneteenth. And this is what I refer to as Juneteenth. Our people now going to a prophetic Juneteenth. Like once upon a time, we went through a historical Juneteenth. And we know a historical Juneteenth was based on the fact that Abraham Lincoln, he issued the Emancipation Proclamation in January 1st, 1863. But the people down in Galveston, Texas, they didn't get the word that they were free until June the 19th of 1865. They actually did 2.5 years of bondage that they didn't have to do. They continued to pick cotton. They continued to harvest tobacco and continued to work on a plantation that they didn't have to be on. So this is on a historical level. So you see how the lack of information and the lack of knowledge can actually keep you in bondage. So because they didn't get the word from on high, they stayed in bondage. And this idea is for Black America right today after 2019. You're going through, or we going through things that we're going through simply because we as a people don't want to liberate ourselves. We don't want to liberate ourselves from the land that has enslaved us for over 400 years. And that's the United States of America. And so to liberate ourselves, you have to detach yourself from the place that attached you to by force. And so we were attached to this land by force prophetically. And the only way that we can liberate ourselves is prophetically begin to return to our historical homeland, which is Africa, which is moving us toward the land of Israel, which is a part of Africa, which is Northeast Africa. So this is on a prophetic level. Now, let me say this about what we're seeing today on a prophetic level also. If you look at it, after 2019, the following year, COVID became a global plague. It became such a global plague that it shut down the entire global system. Everybody had to distance themselves. Everybody had to wear masks. Over 500,000 people died in the United States of America. Millions of people died around the world. The global economy collapsed. That began right after 2019. So now, and we know, all of us who know Yah prophetically, we know that our Creator, he moves in cycles of 7. You know, this is a Hebrew thing. This is a Hebrew intellect, that the Creator moves in cycles of 7. We have a 7-day Shabbat. We have 7 days of the memorial of the Passover. We have the Feast of the Weeks, which is 7 weeks after the completion of the memorial Passover. We have the 7th month. And then during the 7th month, we have 7 Shabbats. And then also, if we're in Israel, in the 7th year, we have the year of release. And if we do that 7 times, we have year of Jubilee. And so that's on the positive side. On the negative side, the Creator tells us that if we do evil, he'll punish us 7 times. If we don't wake up, 7 times more. If we don't get the message 7 times after that, 7 times, 7 times. Even to Daniel say, 70 weeks determined upon your people. That's the final verdict. So I'm saying this to say this. Now we have reached the 7th year after the completion of 2019. 2026 is a 7th year. And what do we see? We see the beginning of the countdown of the Battle of Armageddon. This is what we're seeing. Persia is going to be very intricate in drawing in the other major powers. The other major powers that are going to come in to line up on one side, and then on the other side, you're going to have the other major powers that's going to be coming in from the west, because you got 2 spheres of power. You got partly iron and you got partly clay. So you got the partly iron, that's the Western world. That's the so-called European man, the man who's dominated the world with an iron fist. And also on the other side, you got the brick nations. And the brick nations, these are the clay nations that have built themselves up from occupation, oppression, imperialism, and foreign domination. So now they become a collective block, like toes. And so just like your toes are all united, whether your big toe, your index, your middle, your outer index, or your little toe, all toes go together, lock, stock, and barrel. So now you got these collective nations, these developer nations, these brick nations. So these brick nations are coming together and they united themselves against these iron nations. And then what we see happening in Persia or Iran today is that we see China, which is a brick nation. We see Russia, which is a brick nation. We see Yemen, which is a clay nation. We see the Shiite militias, which are clay people. And we see Yemen, which is a clay nation. We see all these nations coming in together to help Iran against the United States. On the other side, we see the iron nations. We see the Jewish state. We see the United States. We see Germany. We see France. We see Britain. We see the so-called white. We see the iron, the people who have dominated the world on this side. So the Most High said in the book of Yoah, I'm going to just read just a couple of scriptures right here. Let me just share you to show you prophetically. And just keep in mind everything that I've said. And keep in mind what you've been seeing on news today. And when I read this, it's going to be just like this was written right today. But this was written thousands of years ago. I'll read. For behold, in those days and at that time, what I shall bring again the captivity of Judah and Jerusalem. Judah and Jerusalem. That's what I said earlier. Judah, that's the United States of America. That's Black America. Black America is biblical Judah, whether they realize it or not. Again, accepted or rejected, we just tell you the truth. Black America is biblical Judah. The Most High says he's going to turn again the captivity of Judah. So the days come, says the Most High, that the people in the United States of America, knows Black America, the Most High is going to release them from this captivity that they've been in under this occupation of these people for the last 400 years. And if you don't think we've been in bondage, anytime you work people for 246 years and don't pay them, anytime you work them for can't see in the morning, they can't see at night, and you become a prosperous, dominant superpower based on the backs of their labor, and you don't get a dime, you don't get no reparations. Everybody else get reparations. The Japanese get reparations, the Indians get reparations, the Germans, everybody, and you don't get nothing but a penny, but more rejection and more beat down and more people saying you don't deserve nothing. You tell me you ain't been in bondage, you ain't been confiscated, you've been compensated for the first 246 years. Let's know the other years up to where we are today. So the days come, says the Most High, is that he's going to turn again that captivity, where they're not going to have that economic advantage over us that they've had historically since 1619. And also he says that he's going to turn the captivity of Jerusalem. Now, who occupies Jerusalem? Jerusalem is occupied by the Jewish state, the state of Israel. That's who occupies Jerusalem. So the Jewish people occupy Jerusalem, America occupy us. So if the Most High gonna set us free, he's got to get rid of two powers. The two powers that occupy us and keep us down. That's Jerusalem, which is the Jewish state, and Judah, which is the United States. So the Most High says that what we're reading here, that behold, in those days and at that time, when I shall bring again the captivity of Judah and Jerusalem, what you gonna do, Yah? I will also gather all nations and bring them down unto the valley of Yehoshaphat, and will plead with them there for my people and for my heritage, Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations. So what happened to your people, Yah? Yah says his people been scattered among the nations. He's talking about the transatlantic slave trade. He's talking about the sub-Saharan slave trade. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And just to add on to what you're saying, when you see that word, the valley of Yehoshaphat, and I will plead with them, the root word is Saphat, and it don't say plead, which you already know how the King James Version gives it. It's judge them. So he's going to bring them down and judge them, because even my elder's name, Yehoshaphat, his name means the judgment of Yahweh. So,
That's right.
so we know that
Jehovah.
this is a day of judgment that's going to take place. But continue on, Elder. I just want to say that the floor is yours. Oh, we got in the building. Founder of the Way of Yah broadcast. Excuse me, network, Netflix. How you say it? Netflix, right? Netflix. You know, up and coming film director, maker. We got the brother Dom Mikael Ben Yahuda in the building. So this is gonna be very, very, very interesting. But go ahead, Elder. You got people in the audience saying they never heard this being broke down like this. And this is why I'm glad DJ Genesis, give a shout out to her for giving us this platform, because like I've been saying, the Hebrew Israelite way of life is not a monolith. So I'm glad she let me bring the scholars that taught me. This is the brother here that's talking. He is my first teacher in Israelite nationalism. He's the one that gave me the inspiration to develop Hebrew Israelite sovereign national. As a matter of fact, if you want to be technical, I consider him what you would consider the father of Hebrew Israelite nationalism, because on record, he's the first one, Elder Yehoshaphat, to push that principle out there, not only just by words and actions, but also with that specific label. But let's continue on. Drop that science, Elder.
Yeah, all praise to the Most High. Yeah, I give him all praise. I give him all glory. I give him all honor. So all praise to be to the Most High. You're absolutely correct. Judge, not plead. Correct. But I referenced the KJV basically because I deal with a lot of people from the outer side. But when we get to the specifics, you're absolutely correct. I totally agree with you. But the point we were making here is that the Most High said that his heritage, which is his people, that they have been scattered among the nations. And scattered among the nations, we're talking about the transatlantic slave trade. We're talking about the sub-Saharan slave trade. And the transatlantic slave trade, it brought us westward, and the sub-Saharan slave trade brought our people eastward, toward the eastern part of the world, toward the four corners, as the Most High said it would be. And then after they had done this, the Most High said, and parted my land. And this is what they have done. They parted the land in 1948, when Harry Truman gave the European Jewish converts the land of Israel and established the Jewish state of Israel in May of 1948. And this was done by the United States of America. It was done by Britain. It was done by France. All of these nations that we referenced earlier as the Iron Nations. So they came in and actually dominated the area and oppressed the Palestinians and gave the area to the European Jewish converts. And so from that point on, you've had iron versus clay. You've had the Palestinians, the oppressed, the brown people, the people that's been occupied and colonized, and then you come in with the Jewish state backed by the United States, Britain, France, and they come in with an iron fist, and they come in and they take the land in 1948, they expand in 1956, they expand to take Jerusalem in 1967, they expand to take the Golan in 1973, they expand to take Lebanon in 1982, and so now you have the perimeters of the so-called Jewish state that we have here today. So this prophetically speaking, but the Most High says that the days come, says the Most High, as I read just, to bring, for the sake of time, the Most High said this in verse 6 of what I'm reading. I go down to verse 6. It says, the children also of Judah, Black America, and the children of Jerusalem, again, Black America, have you sold? So the Most High saying that his people, Judah, Jerusalem, have been sold. Now, brothers and sisters, do your historical homework. When have the so-called European Jewish man ever been sold? When has he ever been sold? They don't even fit the script of who the Most High say the people are. They cannot be the people based on what we just read. His people must have been scattered among the nations in bondage. His people must have had yokes placed on their neck. They had to be bound in chains and shackled and scattered into the foreign nations and in captivity, according to the scriptures of what we're reading right here. They have never experienced that. What they have done is taken your identity, While you've been given another identity. But let me read just one more verse, and I'm going to go back and let someone ask some questions. The children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have you sold unto the Grecians. And who are the Grecians? The Europeans, the Spaniards, the British, the Grecians, that you might remove them far from their borders. Talking about the United States of America. And so here we have been under occupation, under mental occupation, behind enemy lines, with an iron curtain of deception that we've been dealing with for 400 years, an iron curtain of deception to teach us their perspective and give us a dysfunctional personality that they call American Negro, which is a made in American product, because you can't find an American Negro nowhere else but in America. And so the American Negro or the Black or the African American or the colored is actually a made in American product, which is a dysfunctional personality. It's not a nationality. It's not a nationality that tells the people where they come from, where they originate from, where they're going, who they are, what their language is. It don't answer none of that. African American, Black, it don't answer none of that. That's a dysfunctional personality that they gave you so you can be an inmate in prison. Just like when you go to jail, you get a number and you get this and that. So you was in prison, so they had to give you a number. Your name Harry Tucker, and you Harry Tucker, and so you the American Negro over here. And so this has been your prison sentence for the last 400 years. Harry Tucker, Social Security number, this and that and that. You've been an inmate in the United States of America. And the Creator says that they removed us far from their borders. But look what the Most High said He's going to do. And this is prophetic. This is the day that we're looking at right here today. The Creator says these words: behold, I will raise them out of the place where you have sold them. So the places like the United States of America and elsewhere, where we've actually been sold as bondmen and bondwomen, and nobody has been able to redeem us out of this situation, whether it's Dr. King, whether it's Malcolm X, whether it's Marcus Garvey, whether it's Nat Turner, whether it's Frederick Douglass, that goes on. But the Most High said, and no man shall redeem you. But in these days and time, the Most High says, I will raise them up out of the place where you have sold them, and will return your recompense upon your own head. So the Most High says He's going to raise us up and break them down. And this is what we see happening in the Middle East today. We see at the beginning of that process, the 400-year captivity is up. This is the completion of the first 7-year cycle after our 400-year captivity, which completed in 2019. And look what happened at the end of the first 7 years. We got to count down to the Battle of Armageddon. And the United States of America will not win in this war. The United States of America will meet its prophetic fate, which is written in Jeremiah chapter 50 and Jeremiah chapter 51 and Isaiah chapter 47. So the United States of America, as we know it, it will not exist in the next decade to come, because things are not going to happen overnight, because the Most High don't work like that. The Most High tells us in the book of Isaiah, He tells us how He worked, like the rain and the snow fall from heaven and they soak in the earth and then give seed to the sower. And then after that, after it's grown, then He give bread to the eater. We know it takes time for that. You have to wait till it rain. You have to wait till it snow. You have to wait till it's soak in the ground. You have to wait till the season till the seed become a crop. You have to wait till the harvest time. You have to cut it down. You have to process the crop. You have to make the bread. You got to cook the bread, put it in the oven, take it out, let it cool off before you can eat it. So it's a process. This is what He said, this is my way. My ways are higher than your ways. My thoughts great. So this is the way that the Creator does. He does things in the process of time. So what I'm saying this evening is that in the process of time, we're moving toward these events that we've just referenced here in the book of Joel. That's my statement. And so we as a people, we got to first do like our ancestors. When it was time for them to come out of Egypt, you got to liberate your mind. Because first you got to liberate your mind before, if you don't liberate your mind, then you still have a slave mind when you go to the wilderness, and you just basically still be a backwards people. So the first step is that we have to liberate our mind. And that's what we're talking about tonight. The fact that we are somebody, and we're more than what they ever told us that we were. We are a nation of people with our own unique spirituality, our own unique nationality. And the United States of America has not referenced that or told us that. They've only, again, as I said earlier, they've only given us a name and an inmate number. And so this is what we've been dealing with for the last 400, and at this point, 407 years. And if our people don't liberate their mind, they'll be here for years on, because you have to do something to make something happen. You know, we're not dealing with church where you just sit back and just clap your hands and wait on something to pop through the sky. We're not talking about anything like that. We're talking about people with Yah consciousness, men and women who know what time it is and know what Israel ought to do, and they're moving in a spiritual vibration, and they know that they must do what's necessary in order for them to liberate themselves with the assistance of the Most High going before them, like a cloud and pillar by day and a pillar of fire by night. And so these people are this exceedingly great army that come up from the valley of the dry bones, which is one of the valleys here in the United States of America. And so this is our moment, family. The Most High is actually doing all of this, that his people may replace what we see on the geopolitical scene today, which is these governments of the earth today. Because all of these governments of the earth today, whether we realize it or not, all of these governments are anti-Yah. They're anti-Yah to the core. And this is what the Most High revealed to the ancient prophet Daniel. This takes us back also prophetically with the beginning of a situation that we find ourselves in and today. And that is when the kingdom of Judah fell. When the kingdom of Judah fell, historically speaking, when the ancient Israelites were taken over into Babylon. And when they were taken to Babylon, the Most High moving to let us know what time it is, because he wanted us to know how long we were going to be in captivity. But it wasn't use of giving a dream to a slave. He gave the dream or the nightmare to the most important man at the time, which was the number one emperor of the world, which was Nebuchadnezzar. And so Nebuchadnezzar, being the number one emperor of the world, the most powerful man at that time, the Most High put a terrifying nightmare upon him that he could not understand. And it troubled his spirit. And he wanted to know what it was, but he couldn't figure out what it was, because the Most High gave it to him, but he snatched it away from him. And when he snatched it away from him, he could remember that it's something that was important that he needed to know, but he just couldn't recollect. And so it disturbed him so much that he actually called an emergency session and brought all his wise men in and asked all his wise men to tell him what he had dreamed and give him the meaning, the interpretation of that dream. And he brought in all of his scholars, all of his astronomers. He brought in all of his Ivy League specialists. He brought in all of the know-it-hows, the Chaldeans, all the people that were supposed to be the heavy hitters at that day. And when he told them that, they could not give him any answer to what he had seen or what it meant. And so at that point, he wanted to cut off everybody, even the slaves. And that's how it is in captivity. They never include us with the good stuff, but when it's the bad stuff, they start talking about we in trouble. I'm not in trouble, you in trouble. Just like when you count your money, it's not my money, it's your money. So when you have problems, it's not my problem, it's y'all problems. It ain't my problems, it's their problem. But anyway, and so now we got problems. So now everybody is lumped into the group. So even the Hebrews, even Daniel, even his brethren. And so at this point, they're about to be cut off for no reason whatsoever. But the Most High was setting this situation up for us today. Little do they realize in that day. But anyway, as they began to execute the Most High and Daniel, the Most High gave to Daniel and his brethren the interpretation of the dream. And when they learned the interpretation of the dream, they were able to come in and they were able to give the answer to the king. And what they told the king is what the world has seen today. And this is why we know that the Most High does live and that the dream was certain and the interpretation was true. He told Nebuchadnezzar that you were the head of gold. And he also told him that after him, there will be another kingdom that will rise after him. And he said that will be the chest and the arms of silver. This was another great empire. This was the ancient Persian Empire. This is the empire that we're looking at right today in a conflict with the United States of America, the Persian Empire, the ancient Persian Empire. And so after the ancient Persian Empire, which lasts 300 plus years, after the Persian Empire, then the Grecian Empire came in. And the Grecian Empire was the first European empire to exist on the face of the earth, for the record. Before the Grecian Empire, all the empires that you read about, when you go back and read about the Ethiopians, the Egyptians, the Hebrews, the Canaanites, the Amorites, the Babylonians, the Persians, the Assyrians, when you read about all these Oriental people of ancient antiquity, all of these people are what we call black people today. They're what we call black people today. And so when the Greeks came along, the Greeks were the first non-melanated people to actually occupy world power. And this is when Alexander came out of Greece, out of Europe, and came down into the Middle East, and came down and passed through Israel and going to Egypt and expanded over toward Persia. And after the Grecians, they split. After his death, they split. And after the four splits of the Grecian Empire, then you had the Roman Empire. And the Roman Empire was considered the Iron Empire, because the Roman Empire, it became the most dominant world power that had ever existed among all the powers before it. This is why the Most High referred to it as the Iron. They had power that went all the way from the British Isles, all the way over to Iran, which is Persia today, all the way into North Africa. The Romans ruled all this territory, and they ruled all this territory until the Most High split the Roman Empire. And when he split the Roman Empire, you had the Eastern world and you had the Western world. And we moved down the annals of time, down the legs of time. And as we move down thousands of years of time, moving on down time, moving on down time. And so we finally come down to a time where we come to the feet. And so how will we know when we come to the feet? Well, we would just have to look at our body to understand what the feet does. When you look at your feet is the part of your body that supports your entire body. Your feet supports your legs. Your feet supports your torso. Your feet supports your chest, your arms, your head, your neck. Every part of your body is supported by your feet. So what kingdom did we have in the last days that became like feet that supported every kingdom that came before it? This global kingdom, it had to support the gold, it had to support the silver, it had to support the brass, it had to support the iron. We know that that global kingdom is the United Nations. The United Nations is the feet. It is the global kingdom that all the nations of the earth come and sit at there. You got 193 nations on the face of the earth. And all 193 nations of the earth, they sit at the UN. And they sit under one roof at one table. And they support the whole global order, the feet. Every time they have a problem, where do they run? The UN. This happened. Let's go to the UN. That happened. Let's go to the UN. This happened. That's the feet. It's supporting the whole system. It's supposed to be the international order, as they call it. It's supposed to be the international order that supports the global heathen empire. And this is the heathen empire that we live in up under heathen dominion. And so it's supposed to support the entire heathen dominion throughout the end of the earth. The United Nations does that. But there's one problem. When Daniel looked at the feet and he told Nebuchadnezzar, he said, well, when I looked at the feet and the toes, they were partly iron and they was partly clay. And what this was meant, that you would have two spears of power, two spears. One spear of power would be partly iron and another spear of power would be partly clay. They would not be whole toes, because if you look at your toes, you have 5 toes on one feet and you have 5 toes on another feet. But if you look at your toes and each one of your toes are divided, and your big toe was partly iron and partly clay, and your index and your middle and your outer and your small toe, each were partly clay and partly iron, you would have, if you counted it, you would have 10 partly iron toes, and you would have 10 partly clay toes. That is what you would have. So you would have 2 spears of power. And these 2 spears of power, the Most High said the global order of the kingdom would be divided because iron and clay does not cleave one to another. And so when we look at the world today, we see these 2 spears of power. We see one spear that's a descendant of the ancient Roman Empire, and that's the Europeans. The European man is a descendant of the ancient Roman Empire. And so they come collectively under the umbrella of European Union, NATO, International Monetary Fund, World Bank, World Health Organization. They come under these umbrellas, but collectively they come together as European, 10 of them, and their global allies. And they come together to dominate the world. But in the last days, when you get down to the toes, the Most High said, no, it's going to be another spear. It's going to be partly clay. And these partly clay, which appeared in 2008, is BRICS. And this is Brazil, this is Russia, this is India, this is China, this is South Africa, this is also Egypt, this is Ethiopia, this is Iran, this is Iran, United Arab Emirates, and Indonesia. All of these non-Western, non-developing, all these nations that have been oppressed and beat down dirt like poor, like clay, they had to raise up and liberate themselves and become a dominant power to stand toe-to-toe to divide the world system. So now China is just as powerful as America. And now Russia got just as many missiles as America. Now India is just as great a trading power as Germany. And so now we see that at Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traoré, that being a clay nation, that he's breaking away from France, which is an iron nation that dominated Burkina Faso for hundreds of years. So we see the two spheres of power appearing right before our eyes, partly iron and partly clay. And this is what we see today. And so what we see happening in the Middle East right now with Iran, you see Russia, China uniting with Iran to oppose the partly iron toes on this side. And this is the countdown to the battle of Hamagedon. And what Daniel said in the 44th verse was, in the days of these kings shall the power, Elohim of heaven, Yah, set up a kingdom which will not be a part of these people. In other words, the kingdoms that we see today, they're about to get removed, family. And the Most High is about to bring a new world order in. And in the new world order, we will be the rulers of the new world order. But when we rule the new world order, it's not going to be based on the rules and regulations of these wicked men who've had dominion from the head of gold down to the toes, because they're going to be swept away. And the Most High is going to restore righteousness upon the face of the earth. And we, the people that's been oppressed, that's been scattered among the nations, the Most High going to give us our just due. And our just due is like any other nation. You deserve your own land. You deserve your own language. You deserve your own economy. You deserve your own spirituality. You deserve to know who you are, where you come from, who your power is, and the Most High going to bless us to do that. Those who return to the message of what we're trying to share with our people today. Their day is up. This is why they failing in this mission. They don't even want to tell you the depths of their failure. Within the last 2 weeks, they got almost 1,000 troops that's been lost. But when you look at news, they talking about 8 soldiers. That's the biggest lie that's ever been told. They've lost all of their military bases throughout the Gulf area. Iran has attacked all their satellites. Iran it's a devastating loss, and it's coming after the completion of the 400 years. I knew the Most High wasn't going to be with them. And I knew since our captivity is up, the Most High says the days come that He's going to loose the yoke off our neck. And who's had the yoke on our neck? They had the yoke on our neck. So to free us, He got to take the yoke out of their hand and loosen it. That's so right. We can stand up and be free. So this is what we're looking at. Yes, sir.
That's it.
Right.
Again,
So, you know what? That was a lot of information.
Listen, that was pure fire. He not done. He not done. He not even done. I just cut him off.
Hold on. Let me just do this. Okay.
What?
Now we do have some new people that have joined the conversation. On top of Mikhail Ben-Yah, we also have Kevin Kidd. So let's because we have people might have questions. Let's
tell them the whole Tell them to hold their questions. Let the Zaquan finish his lesson. Then after his lesson, then everybody ask questions and answer.
All right, y'all cool
Let
with
the
that?
elder let the elder build. Yeah, I mean, then after he built his lesson, then we ask him questions. Because I don't even want, when I said Cain, Zaquan, I was just in agreement. I don't even want you to stop. Keep going.
Cain. All right, my brother. And I'm, and I just want to thank the Most High. I'm here to give all praise, all glory, and all honor to the Most High. I do. I'm here because I love my people. I want to see the best of my people. I know that we as a people that we've been miseducated. I know we as a people we've been misdirected. And I know that it's so much that you can hear and so many directions that you can take that, sometimes it's kind of difficult to make the right choices. But, even in the state of complexity that we find ourselves, what we're saying, what the Creator Yah does, and I only can testify on his behalf, is that what Yah does is that he gives us spiritual clarity. And he gives us spiritual clarity. And what I mean by that, he tells you the raw truth, the naked truth, exactly how it is. He tells us one thing. He tells us that in America, he tells us as people point blank that this is the land of the enemy. This is what he said. This is the land of the enemy. And so when the Creator tells me that somebody my enemy, I'm going to listen to what the Creator tells me. I'm not going to take that lightly and take that as if that's just something that's been said. He's saying that for a reason. And so our people don't know that. And that's what happened to them in Tuskegee. They say, what? We're going to come and give y'all, we want to make sure that you're all okay. We want to vaccinate you all and see that you're okay, to see how you make sure you're vaccinated. All the time they're trying to shoot the people up with syphilis. But see, if you don't know that's how he worked and who he is, then you smiling faces sometimes, as they say. They do what? They tell lies. But sometimes, you got to be willing to pat on your back. Black America, it just might hold you back. And that's real talk. Don't let the head shake and the smile fool you. I mean, the Most High just trying to school you. He said, this is the land of the enemy, whether you accepted Black America or whether you don't. And that's why you get played on. Because for the most majority part, our people don't accept it. And so they fall into these different traps. I mean, they fall into all these traps that they set. And they expect us to be less than a man and to be a mouse. Because if you set a trap for a mouse and then cheese right there, he don't have no intellect. He'll just see cheese and go boom, and he'll just have his neck broke. But if you got intellect and you got clarity, you'll say, oh, that's a trap. I'm gonna go around that. But again, if you don't have spiritual clarity and you don't understand things like that, you'll be just like the mouse. So when they go and go to Peru and Bolivia and all these places, Colombia, and bring tons of cocaine over into your neighborhood and try to get people to, string you people out on rocks and things like that. If you understand what you're dealing with, and then on top of that, they put the guns in there to go along with the rocks right there. Then turn around and then use the technological wizardry of technology of using the voice and putting it on wax that they call music. And all of a sudden start putting them negative vibrations in your ear. Kill that, telling you, talking to you like that, putting that rhythm in your ear, making you think that's cool, giving you just an anti-human being culture and putting all these negative vibrations into you. The next thing you don't know your enemy is turning you against yourself. He's turning you against yourself, against your own best interest. And what you do is turn the gun on yourself. In the 1960s, they said Black Power, let's fight for liberation. But in the 2000s, they say we got Bloods and Crips, we got this and that. We're going to turn the guns on each other. Boom, we're against each other. So look what they have done. The land of the enemy. Look how crafty they are. Very crafty. You talk about crafty. They're some of the most craftiest people that it is. Iran learned that, how crafty you are. Come to the peace. Let's talk. We want to see, can we sit down and come up with an agreement? They go sit down, talk at the table. Next thing you know, boom, the next night their head man dead. So crafty. You're talking about crafty. Get you over here to the United States of America. Get you behind enemy lines. Get you where you can't read, you can't write. Put you over here, then send the Christian missionaries out there to you and tell them, mislead them. Mislead them. Go on out there and mislead them. That's what you do. Go mislead them. They can't read. They can't write. They don't have any intellect. And think it's against the law. But tell them to believe. Just believe. Believe in what we say to you. So we wouldn't lie to you, beating your back. We wouldn't lie to you. And so our people who go to church every Sunday don't realize the historical. That's why I said the different perspectives that you have to look at these things from. Our people who willingly embrace this today don't realize how this stuff all got started under duress and stress at the barrel of a whip and the barrel of a gun. And now you under mental intimidation and the duress of a POW occupied in prison of war. Now mentally you identify with the enemy instead of yourself. So this is how crafty these people have been. And so now today, we work against our own self-interest. Case in point, they say Black America is worth $1 trillion. That's what they when you add up all the money, 600 billion to $1 trillion. But do you know that collectively that we work against ourselves so bad that most of that money, it funnels right back to them and keep them going? That's why they want us to have credit and assets and integrate, because we're the one that stimulate the economy. So you ain't stimulating the Black neighborhood. You ain't stimulating your own self. You stimulate their economy. You making them rich. You setting them up. And so cold-blooded about it, you enjoy doing it. But when a brother come or a sister come and come to you with a project, an idea, or something like that, we as a people, collectively, we won't even get behind it. We don't even have faith in ourselves. You tell me the enemy not crafty. You tell me not crafty. This is the cursed mindset in which he exploits, and which he pimps, and which he keeps us down. The stranger gets up high above us, and we come down very low, because our mind, it's in the mind. It's in the mind. It's the cursed mindset. Until we come together with the blessed mindset, this is how we undo our shackles. That's why I said liberate our minds. Case in point, 40 million people. We'll never do it, but 40 million people, $1 a day. That's $40 million. You do it 4 weeks. That's $160 million. You do it for a year. That's $1.2 billion. You do it for 10 years. You're talking about tens of billions of dollars. So you could take $1 if people had consciousness and people had collective and people had wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. It's enough of us to take $1 and liberate ourselves. Off $1, if we did just a week, $1 a week collective. But the enemy, again, he's so crafty. He's so crafty. You don't even trust me to give me $1. And the first thing you'll say is, what that nigga gonna do with that $1? I don't believe that. How we know he ain't gonna do this? Well, how you know the bank's gonna do what they say they do? Especially in the light of what we're seeing in this day and time. But let me transition over to what we're seeing on a global economic era for what we're seeing now, which is very important to us. That's overall, in spite of what I just said. When we look at the war today, we see and look at the world geographically, and you look at the Persian Gulf. On one side sits Iran. On the other side, you have the Arabian Peninsula. And the Arabian Peninsula, it has these Gulf nations. It has Saudi Arabia, it has Bahrain, it has Kuwait, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Oman. These, what they call Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC. These collective Arab nations, they are the oil producers that produce a majority of the oil that stimulates the global economy. They stimulate the global economy with oil. China, the oil coming through that. India, Japan, the oil coming through there. All the major powers, the oil is coming through there. Europe, the oil is coming through there. On one side, you got the Arabian Peninsula. On the other side, you got Iran. they have to go to this little area called the Strait of Hormuz. And the Strait of Hormuz is a narrow strip. It's only 21 miles wide. You know, when you come through, you have to make a little turn because you're in them big old oil tankers. And you have to turn the things way ahead of time to make them turn. So, you know, they real big and long. And so too many of them can't come through there at the same time because it's only 21 miles wide. And you talk about these gigantic oil tankers that's passing through there. Well, this is a flashpoint. This is a flashpoint for this war right here that has nothing to do with fighting on the ground, has everything to do with the dollar and everything to do with the economy that we dependent on right now at this point. Well, as the oil come through this, we heard, and I've been tracking this and I stay up on it, you know, because it's a part of my job. Iran has shut down the Strait of Hormuz. The only ships that can come through that strait are the ships that they allow. And those are going to be the ships that's allied with them. But the other nations, they depend on this energy that comes through the Strait of Hormuz also. They can't get it. Right now, you got several poor nations that's gasping for breath. Japan said if they do not get energy from the straits in 8 to 9 months, then their economy is going to collapse. This is what Japan said. Now, Japan is the number 3 world economy. Iran knows this. Iran, technically speaking, if this Iron Man want to continue to drop nuclear tactical weapons on him and continue to plummet him and plummet him and plummet him and plummet him, they can do that. But one thing they can't stop him from closing the Strait of Hormuz. And they can't stop him from attacking those Arab nations where the oil is being produced. If Iran shut down the oil, don't let the ships come through, America ain't gonna have no petrodollars coming in. And America is propped up by petrodollars. If American economy go into a tailspin because the oil prices are going up real high, we're gonna see gasoline prices through the roof. We're gonna see utility bills through the roof. We're gonna see food prices through the roof. We're gonna see chaos in the streets and the roof because the Most High is not with this man as he does this. He really stepped into a trap. The Most High laid a snare. This is what Jeremiah said. If you read the book of Jeremiah, the Most High said, I have laid a snare for you, O daughter of Babylon. And this is a snare that Trump has walked in. The Most High put him he baited him in with Venezuela, thinking that it would be the same in Iran, only for his failure. And we're looking at, but the Most High is going to give us time. This is why things are going to happen in the process of time. But we got to be informed because we're going into the next decade. We done passed the midpoint. We're in 2026, we're going toward 2027, we're going to 28, 29, and we're going toward the next decade, the 30s. By the time we transition, a lot of these things that we're talking about tonight, they're going to be to manifest themselves. So you need to be aware of these things ahead of time so you can pre-position yourself and have yourself in a position to do the things that you need to do or we need to do collectively as a people so we can survive and we can continue and not be dependent and base our destiny and our future on the United States of America. This is something that we should not do. I'm telling our people, when they say Blacksit, which is break away, we need to get ready to make the exodus, to break away, to begin to formulate our finances in an independent manner that we can move collectively and that we will not be dependent upon whatever the fate that this country faces in the future to come. So I'm gonna stop here and share because you said the other brother was here and I've spoken for a while and I want him to come in and say, you know, whatever the Most High has placed on his heart and share, you know, this conversation as well. So I'm gonna cease for a while and just, you know, become part of the council and see what, you know, some of the brothers and sisters may want to say for a while.
How y'all doing? Can y'all hear me?
Can. Yes, we can hear you, brother.
Yeah.
Peace. All right, look, man, you was dropping some knowledge for one. And I had, like, as you was building, I had came up with a few questions, but, you know, some of them may have slipped away from me. But one of the questions when you were speaking about how you were speaking about America and how we going about the situation with it, and then you was giving the prophecy to it when you were reading that, and you said how when you wrote the prophecy, when you read the prophecy, you broke down how that scripture applies to today, and it was written thousands of years ago. It gave me it made me ponder the question that the way that America thought that we was ruling, and how how you gave the breakdown and the understanding of what's to come in the prophecy. Do you think, like, with you understanding that prophecy and maybe other people like you, do you think that the clay people, like the Eastern, the Western is the iron fist, which is us, the European nations and whatnot, and we're not meaning America, but the clay ones, which is the ones you were referring to, do you think they understand it the same way you do? That's why the prophecy is being.
Can you talk a little bit louder? I'm sorry. Can you like put your I
I'm
tried to
sorry.
turn
Can
your
y'all hear me?
mic.
Can y'all hear
Yeah,
me?
there we go.
All right. Do it seem like the prophecy is being filled, like meaning that they was aware of it all along too? Because not only, like, I've seen a lot of things like throughout the Bible, not just the King James version, but just in general throughout the scriptures, a lot of stuff have came to be true. And when the way you was breaking it down, I feel like it's like the text is like a book that they are making sure they fulfill. And I'm talking about on both sides, even if it's for the Muslims with the Quran, and then the Talmud, the Quran, the Talmud, damn, what is the the Old Testament? You got all the different versions, but I feel like everybody's trying to fill out or fulfill their prophecies in their text. And I feel like how you saying Iran and the Middle East is coming to, like America is about to fall, the Western nations is about to fall. I feel like the 400 years is up, how you was referring to it, and now is becoming to be true. And I don't know if I'm articulating it correctly, but because like it's a lot of things that you were saying, but I don't know. I just feel like they had the same understanding of it that some people like you do, and the people that's in power in those nations is seeing to it that these things happen. If I'm articulating that correctly.
King. I would say this. I would say um, uh, I would say this. What King Solomon said. This is what King Solomon said. King Solomon said these words. King Solomon said in Proverbs 21:1. He said, "The king's heart is in the hand of Yah, and as the rivers of the water, he turns it wheresoever he will." So the king's heart, like you said earlier, that if they know, if they move. So the spirit of Yah has got to rest on them to make them do what he would have them to do. So they're going to do it because he's going to inspire them to do it. Now, whether they're conscious with a Yah mind like you and I don't think so. We have a special vibration. We as a people have a special vibration, and that vibration that we have is Yah consciousness. And you have to know Yah, walk in his ways, and keep his way in order to have that consciousness. The clay, which is and the iron, all of these nations, even from the head, the gold, all the way down to the soul, the toe, all the way down. All of these are anti-Yah nations. All of them, they're anti-Yah, but they're against each other. They're against each other. So they're going to be against each other to make them do what Yah say they're going to do.
I don't mean to cut you. When you mean that all of them is anti-Yah, you mean the Eastern nations or the
Honey,
Western
speak
nations?
up. We can't hear you, sweetheart.
You mean, I'm
You're
sorry,
very low.
you mean in the Western nations or the Eastern nations or all of the nations? Can y'all hear me?
Okay, yes, sir. I can hear you, my beloved brother. Yes, sir. Okay. I mean the whole world, because of what we are, you and you yourself, me, Hebrew, us, Black America, conscious. We are the kingdom of priests. We are the holy nation, the people that's going to take the righteous banner. That's what the prophet Isaiah said, that we will be a light to the nations, a covenant to the people. And so we are the ones that with Yah consciousness and walking in his commandments, his laws, his statutes, his judgments, we're the ones that's going to be able to bring righteousness to the face of the earth. The clay nations, yeah, they've been oppressed. Yeah, they got a beef against the West. But when you go to the clay nations, when I go to China and I go to Brazil and I go to India, I go to Indonesia and I go to these different nations, I see that these different nations, although they may not be Western or may not be Christian, but I do see that they practice idolatry. I see that they do not honor the ancient Hebrew Shabbat. I see that although they all murder, they all steal each other's resources. They all don't believe in the standard of, they commit all the different things that the Most High have throughout his commandments, covetousness, bearing false. They all do that. They all do that. They lie in diplomacy, whether rich or poor, whether it's India, Pakistan, or whether it's India, China. I mean, so all of whether they're clay or whether they're iron, they're still a part of that image. And that image, it represents it on the spiritual level. This is the reason that the Most High gave Daniel this revelation. On a spiritual level, that image represents Lucifer, the king of Babylon. And every ruler that comes from the head, that moves down to the chest, that moves down to the waist, that move down to the pelvis, that move down to the legs, that move down to the toes until the day of Yah, when you and I get power and the Most High set us up and we redo the world order. All of these nations that have dominion right now, none of them fit the standard that you and I will sit in the earth when the Most High give us our chance. The scepter is not going to depart from Judah, and we right here in America. So we're going to bring a new order on the face of the earth. And this order is going to bring peace, stability, and righteousness among the nations on the face of the earth. This is what the Most High is going to use us for.
All right, so I have a question. Can everybody that's have a camera, can y'all cam up? It helps like the algorithm to recognize faces and everything. If you can cam up, that'd be great. Yeah, Mighty Hebrew, and they OBS is doing its thing. There we go. Oh my God, look at how handsome everybody is. So much handsome men on this channel. All right, so listen. My question is, all right, so we had Jesse Jackson. He recently passed away. And then you have the FBA movement that kind of like made him to be like a bad guy for like promoting the African American nomer of like who we were to be named as. So then that kind of caused him to die and no one cared, you know, like I don't know if his funeral, his death was not made a big deal. Do you think that that's what do you think about that? Do you think that's by design, or what do you think? Do you think that he deserved it, or what do you think about that? Because I'm trying to understand when you have like this whole FBA, it was like made to look like, well, that he was wrong by calling us African Americans, and then everybody just like, okay, so when he passes away, no one cares. Do you think that's something that is an interesting thing, or what?
Well, one thing I know about Mr. Jackson, he had a very complex past. And it's not to deal with the FBA. It's more or less to deal with what I do know about him, not what I heard about, you know, things that I know. You know, I'm a publisher of a newspaper, and I'm the editor of the Jerusalem Chronicle newspaper. And I've been doing the Jerusalem Chronicle newspaper. I'll show you just a copy of it right here. This is just one issue I have right here. But anyway, I've been publishing the Jerusalem Chronicle newspaper since the 1990s. And so one thing I've had to do is kind of keep up with all different type of events. That's one thing I have to do, is keep my ear near what's happening, you know, on the streets, and you know, with how people move and things like that. And so one thing that I'm from Memphis, I'm located in Memphis, Tennessee, the site where Dr. King was assassinated. And so I was 11 years old when Dr. King was assassinated. And I was old enough to remember the things that swirled around, but I was too young to understand any of the specifics. But one thing that it did touch my mind to the point that I always wanted to know exactly what happened. So I was very curious over the years as to what happened. So I kind of, I've heard all different type of angles. But along the way, we had a brother, he's passed now. He had a radio station, and he was able to bring in he brought in James Earl Ray brother. He brought in the attorney from Britain who wrote a book. He brought in a whole lot of other people, and there was a man named Bear. I don't know what his real name was, but he brought these people in that was directly connected to the murder of Dr. King in Memphis, Tennessee, back in April of 1968. And so what we did learn about that, what I can say about Jesse and a few of those guys that was around Dr. King, is that some of them guys was on the payroll. Some of them guys was on the FBI payroll. And that's a fact. A fact is that before Dr. King was assassinated, Dr. King was staying in room 106 in the Lorraine Hotel. And room 106 in the Lorraine Hotel is on the inside. So if they were going to assassinate Dr. King, they couldn't get her from the inside. So they had to have Dr. King to move to another room on the outside so that they can get an aim on him. And guess who was the man who changed Dr. King's room from 106 to 306? Mr. Jackson. And he changed his room. And there's a lot of other stuff. So I don't want to beat nobody down, anything like that. But I would just say one thing about it is that, because I know he got children and he got a family, he's a man and things like that. But I'll say this about every man, including myself and all men. You have to have integrity. You can't be double dipping. And you can't be double dipping. You can't be acting like you somebody and behind closed doors, you somebody else. You can't, you can't do that. And this is that's what the creator called duplicity. You come off one way, but behind closed doors, you're another way. Don't walk with Dr. King, but talk to the FBI behind his back. Don't walk with Dr. King and take money from people that are his sworn enemies. That's duplicity. Smile in your face and stab you in the back. So that's what I say about anybody. That's how they, not only him, but this is how they destroyed all of our movements since we've been here, and even up to where we are now. And this is what they want to do even today, is that, invade, infect, and, have somebody that with duplicity in their heart. And so that's one reason that people didn't care. They didn't care because people that's been around for a while, they understood some of the roles that he played as far as the duplicity was concerned.
Wow. You know what? I never knew about that. So for those that, anyone that has a question, there we go. Because I was wondering, why does nobody care that Jesse Jackson? It's not even a big deal. It's like, when rappers pass on, it's like a whole big thing. But when he passed on, it was nothing. It was nothing, and I was like, why?
He definitely just taught me some. I
had no idea.
I just learned some new information for sure. But I was like,
I do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and another little drop too, man. After Dr. King was assassinated on April 4th, they shut down all flights coming in and out of Memphis. There was only one flight that left Memphis, and that was the flight that Mr. Jackson was on, and he went to Chicago. And then when he went to Chicago, he kept the same shirt on, and he went down and dipped his hand in his shirt and put the blood on his shirt, trying to say that he's the disciple of Dr. King, that he was right there beside him, at his death.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Play it self.
Back.
Yeah.
And his
What?
Zaquan,
But
they ain't ready.
You heard it here. If y'all have never heard this story, you heard it here.
you know how
Any
you know
of
how
y'all
important-
young
you know
guys
how
that
important
don't even know whatever happened, wow, I didn't even know that. I was like, I was
DJ,
Yeah, he
wondering
put.
why. Why does
you
no
know how
why?
important it is, the type of stuff that he's saying, because like you can translate this to, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
You can translate this to like how when people is living in an era of something that happened versus when you hear the playback when you older. Like when they teach us history and stuff when we get older versus people that lived in those times, you get a different perspective because you get like kind of like a bird's eye view, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Versus is like you just coming up with your conclusion off of what was documented. You get what I'm saying?
Someone
Like,
say whoever's saying old news to you, you old. But there's a whole listen, I have a mostly male audience, okay? My audience is primarily male, anywhere from the age of 18 and up. So there are younger men that never heard this story before. So shouts out to bringing this to light, because I was wondering like what's going on, like well, why is this happening? But yeah, thank you for that. I had no idea.
Absolutely.
I never knew.
That's a historical fact that Jesse No Good Jackson. I'm one that I never bite my tongue. He was working for the feds. He was working for the feds, and he had parts to do with all that. You know what I'm saying? And remember, and I want to just add something too. A lot of people don't know at the end, and my elder Zaquan Yehoshaphat in Israel, he'll back me up. Um, a lot of people don't know during the end of Martin's death, or before he made transition, he was already tackling and starting to get involved more in something called Black Christian nationalism. So when he started affiliating himself with that and started having secret meetings with Malcolm, secret meetings with Elijah Muhammad, you know what I mean, and getting more militant. The FBI, by the way, the COINTELPRO and the cross-dresser J. Edgar Hoover, right? They came up with a strategy because you got to understand there was an objective that they was pushing, and we see the father, the late Ben Ami, and God the Black Man in Truth, put this out. There was a reason why they killed Martin or assassinated Martin. In our minds, he was assassinated because of whatever belief we may have, whether if he was standing up for civil rights, he was going against the Vietnam War, whatever the case may have been in one's thought. But they murdered him or assassinated him on purpose to fulfill their objective, and that was to purposely make Dr. King a martyr. And the reason why they wanted to make him a martyr on purpose, because they really wanted to deceive Black America to keep following down into this burning house that Martin clearly said that he led his people into a burning house. He said that out of his own mouth. So I feel as though that the United States government assassinated Dr. Martin Luther King on purpose to make him a martyr, so then they can push the COINTELPRO scheme with the help of Jesse No Good Jackson. Remember, he was working with the feds, and his slogan became "Keep hope alive." Right? I am somebody. Right? And all these different things, and giving us this term
Khalid
African
Muhammad said,
American.
I don't know who I am, but I am somebody. That's what
You
Khalid
gotta
Muhammad
remember. You gotta remember. He gave that term African American, right? So he became a part of the denationalization process because he was a part of all that. You understand what I'm saying? So Martin, when they assassinated Martin Luther King, they purposely wanted to make him a martyr so we can keep hope alive and integrate into the system versus separating ourselves. So we went from power to the people and freedom to integration. It was no more about rights and and family values and morals and black power. It became, a car for your soul. I got Massa got a house. I got a house. Massa got a cell phone. I got a cell phone. So they used Jesse Jackson as a premise to impose integration on the people. That was the whole, because you got to remember, Martin originally was teaching a lot of concepts that he got from Gandhi. And a lot of them was we should integrate and et cetera, et cetera. And by the way, Gandhi, he had some stuff with him against black people too, but that's another topic. But I just wanted to throw that out there. But getting back to what I'm saying, so he adopted certain concepts, right? But then as he developed, now you see a Martin carrying guns. Y'all know that? That Martin, what y'all ain't know, before Martin died, he was carrying guns. He was he was starting to become more radicalized. So before he could even do that, they assassinated him. Because if they would have let him live, don't you know, listen, he's seen the mountaintop. Remember, all that play a role, even in the process of us going back to the land. You know what I'm saying? Because when Martin made that statement, about he's seen the promised land, and he may not, make it with them, but he's seen the promised land. At that time, we was going into the promised land literally, as Martin was making that proclamation to the people. You understand what I'm saying? We was already going in the land. The forerunners fulfilling Zechariah chapter 10, 12, 12 verse 7, that the tents of Judah would be first. We would be that head. And this is what you see right now.
Didn't speak at like that one of Martin's speeches or whatever?
You mean no, that was at the Million Family Park.
Okay, all right.
That was with Fair.
But let me ask
a
a question. So there's like this thing about a Negro as a Black American, because I know Reverend Whoopass has come up here. He's 80 years old, from Dallas, Texas, and he worked with Baba Yashabaya, may he rest in peace. And he was talking about that we were Negroes as a Black like they were considered Negroes. So did we have more rights as Negroes than we have had as African Americans? And then now we're Hebrew Israelite. So what does that do with the rights? At least
let me
from
say
America.
something.
Okay.
I mean,
let me say something. Let me say something, family. Again, concerning our experience. I said it earlier, and I say it again. Boy, the enemy is crafty. He's crafty. He's a crafty guy, and I'm gonna show you how crafty he is. And if you're a pawn, all pawns can get eliminated. Pawns come and go. So that's why some people get knocked out. But I'm going to tell you how crafty this man is that we're dealing with. The reason that integration became an issue in the United States of America was because our coffee was too black and too strong. Since the 1900s, all the way up to the 1950s, and of course, this man, he got an eagle eye. He watch everything you do. He know your movement, even when you don't think he know your movement. He watch you, he clock you, he does those things. And so he looked at our progress, especially after World War II, when America became this global superpower. And America became so powerful that America needed us, the former slaves, to work in order for them to fulfill their global obligation. Ford needed us in order to put cars around the world. GMC needed us to make sure cars went around the world. Steel plants needed us to produce enough steel to go around the world. So they had to assimilate us and integrate us in, because they became such a global empire that to keep their global commitments up, they needed the slaves, but they couldn't put us back in slavery, so they had to give us a job because we weren't going back to chattel slavery again. So they had to give us a job. So we were earning wages. And so you look at the fact that now we're earning wages. And so now that we're earning wages and we living under segregation, that means all the money that's being made is going into black segregated banks. And so this happened all the way through the 1900s. This happened to 1910. This happened in 1920. This happened in 1930. This happened in 1940s. This happened in the 1950s. This happened all the way up to the 1960s. And of course, the enemy, I'm talking about the enemy, he sits back and again, he watches everything. And he pocket watched. And when they pocket watched, they looked back and they counted the wealth that all the black banks had in the United States of America because black people had to do business with each other. And so every business that made money had to go put it in the black bank. If you had the mom and pop shop, you go put it over there. You had this, you making wheels, you doing this. Everybody had to go because it was segregation. So you had to put the money with yourself. They wouldn't allow it. So they sit back and they realize that at that time, in the 1960s, before integration, because integration didn't come until after 68, after the murder of Dr. King. But before integration, they pocket watched and they looked at our pockets and they said that black people collectively accumulated that we had massive hundreds of billions of dollars in black banks off the little money that we was making under segregation. If you counted the money in black banks in New York, Chicago, Memphis, New Orleans, everywhere black folks live, Philadelphia, everywhere they live, LA, they got black banks there, black people doing their business, they're going back and forth. So all the economy is staying in our hands. So, of course, these folks need some new customers. They say you got hundreds of billions of dollars that can't be touched because segregation is the law. So how do they unlock that law? How do they unlock that law that they can get hold to that loot, them hundreds of billions of dollars that you got in the bank? How can they stop you from going to a black bank and come to their bank? How can they stop you from doing business with your own self and start doing business with the other men? Now, what can we do to make that happen? I know what we'll do. Let's go find us a flunky. Now let's go find us a leader. And let's give them a Nobel Peace Prize. And let's bring him to Switzerland. And let's anoint him as the leader of the black community and of integration. And let's get behind him and let him come back. And I know the white folks don't like it because they used to segregation and they used to being racist and they don't understand what we're trying to do up in these bank offices. They don't understand what we're trying to do. So we know old Jerry down the street spitting tobacco, he don't like it. We know they don't like it. We know they mad about it. We know they raising hell, but we don't care. We got an objective. We need to integrate so we can stimulate and we can pickpocket and we can get them hundreds of billions of dollars out of black folks' pockets. And so they came up with a scheme of integration, knowing that if you integrate and you gave a black person who didn't have no knowledge of himself, who had no knowledge of his creator, had no knowledge, just had money and emptiness, knowing that if you gave him a choice, whether he can do business with himself or business with the enemy, with that smile on his face and shaking your hand and that pat on your back, that you would stop going to your own and you would transfer your wealth to them. And so Dr. King would be the point man that would be the man that would get out front, that would stimulate and bring forth integration against the wishes of the majority of the American white public. And so the powers that be got behind Dr. King, and they was behind this movement of integration, so that they could basically pickpocket us. And so look at today, where the black banks at, where the black restaurants at, where the black this at, where the black that at. I go to black neighborhoods, I see McDonald's, I see Burger King, I see Popeyes, I see Studio 8 hotels. I don't see no mom and pop black hotels no more. I see Fortune 500 corporations everywhere. I don't see. So you came in as a customer to integrate. He came in as a businessman to stimulate his pockets. And so the trade-off is that We'll let you be our neighbor. We'll let you shop with us and spend your money with us. We'll let you, we won't treat you the way we've been treated. We'll smile in your face instead of beating your back. And so that's going to be the trade-off. And so the trade-off is going to be better treatment, smiles, integration. Get your white woman, get your white man. You can do business, this and that. So that's going to be the trade-off. And in the end, look at the conditions of us as a people. Look at the conditions of us pre-civil rights as opposed to post-civil rights where we are today. And then you get a chance to understand the scheme that's been played on us. Again, brothers and sisters, I'm telling you, this enemy is crafty. He's very crafty. He be thinking, and he be thinking sometime above our head as a people. But you know one thing? He cannot think above Yah's head. He cannot think above the Creator's head. His intellect does not match. So therefore, when we line up with true spirituality, he's not smarter than us. We see who you are. You ain't my friend. You just who the Most High told me you were. I'm in the land of my enemy. And I really know that that's a fact. Look what they did to George Floyd. Look what just happened to the brother of the day. Police shot him in the head and the dogs bit him in the face. Look what happened to us. Look what happened to the sister Sonia Massey. In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you. Boom, boom, boom. Look what happened to Oscar Goodlaw. You tell me, you tell me America treats a black American like they Al-Qaeda. You would think that we ISIS, the way that they shoot us down and gun us down and the police get behind you and cut the lights on and jerk you out the car and put that steel on you. You'd think we was a terrorist group. But they say we Americans. I can't tell. So again, when you talk about Dr. King and talk about Jesse Jackson and talk about a lot of these leaders that we dealing with, these leaders were just like what you call jailhouse leaders. They were, Dr. King was a jailhouse leader. You know, when you go to jail, there's always going to be a brother that's going to step up and be the jailhouse leader. He's going to talk to the man and say, hey, we need more toilet paper. He's going to talk to the man and say, we need a commissary to come back 2 or 3 times instead of 1 time. He's going to be the one to say that you need to let us take a shower more than 1 time a week. Can we take a shower 3 times a week? That's the jailhouse leader. He steps up and speaks up for the inmates in jail. That's all Dr. King was. He was a jailhouse leader because America is a house of bondage. So he spoke up and say, treat us better, treat us right. I'm standing up for the people. But again, we still in jail. America is the land of the enemy. And whether you want to say it belongs to the indigenous people, you think this white man gonna give it back? If it do belong to them, you think Mr. Charlie finna just sit up and wave a white flag and say, I'm gonna give it back to you? So that's a non-factor. Now, so, I mean, this man, again, we got to know who we're dealing with. We got to know who we're dealing with. And so Dr. King, unfortunately, didn't know who he was dealing with. And a lot of our brothers and sisters today, unfortunately, don't know who they're dealing with. That's why they prefer America instead of freedom. This is why they rather stay in captivity than to move toward freedom. The reason being, they don't know who they're dealing with. And so, what we as a people, it goes back to what we're saying about the perspectives that we can look at everything. We can look at things, especially in our relationship with these people. We can look at this historically, the fact that these people have never been right and righteous toward us. So what does it take to wake us up for us to see who we're dealing with and the situations that we're dealing with? And they're going to take the world to another zone. A zone that's really is going to make us, and I fear what's going to happen to my people here in America. I really do. I really fear. I fear for the future, because if you look at the wicked man and what he's trying to do in the coming decades, if the Most High don't stop him, his plan is to introduce humanoids to the world to the point that he want to replace the human being that the Creator has made and come up with the artificial man that he has made. And he want to put this artificiality and make this where actually you got robotics, you got humanoids actually functioning, telling human beings what to do if he get his way. This is a wicked plot that this man is working on. And so if this plot does come to fruition, if this plot if it comes to futation and it is able to unfold in the way that he's envisioning unfolding it, then you're going to have millions of black people that they're going to say that's expendable. We don't have nothing to do for you to do. We don't need you to work. You're nothing but a liability. You're not an asset. And once they determine that, the same America that introduced the syphilis in Tuskegee, the same America that burnt down Black Wall Street in Tulsa, the same America that gave you Rosewood in 1921 is going to be the same America that's going to come up with a plot to cut off the lost sheep of the house of Israel, black people right here in the United States of America. This is what the brother Boone of that movie, Get Out. Our people need to be working on getting out because it ain't going to get no better. It's only going to get worse in the decades to come. I want to
talk about Get Out because people are saying, okay, so then you have a whole delineation movement. We need to delineate from Africa, right? So get out to where, right? So Israel's in Africa. Everybody knows that Israel is in Africa. So we have this whole thing where you have people saying, hey, we need to delineate away from we are foundational black. So when you're saying we need to get out and go where, if we're foundational black, then why wouldn't we fight here, right? Now, here's another thing I wanted to ask too, is that, so you're talking about the advent of AI. Now, I remember Bobby Ashabaya said before there was AI, there were test tube babies, that there's people that actually live on this earth that when you think about, are they real human beings, right? If you're a test tube baby, if you are in vitro, do you have a soul? If you are born other than a regular copulation process, do these people have a soul? And do they, are they these people that are kind of empowered now? Are they the product of a soulless person that gets in vitro, probably couldn't have children, and then they, get fertilized in some kind of weird way without God's intervention, and then they become a leader, and they don't have any soul, they don't have any inner dialogue, and so then they're exacting all this amongst the regular population. I've asked two different questions. I asked one about this FBA situation, is that if we should be delineating and be focused on being foundational black, then that's getting away from us leaving this situation over here and moving over to another country and doing something. I want to talk about that. And then two, I want to talk about that there's not only AI, there's also this kind of understanding. There's people out here that are not really human, that people don't even realize that they're not really human.
Okay, Ken. Yeah, I understand. You're right. It's exactly true. Now, what I was saying about Get Out, I don't mean making no emotional, spontaneous move. That's the last thing you need to do. Get out first, as I said, liberate your mind. Get out is first, you got to get out mentally. You got to get out mentally. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about, so get out is mental. That's the first thing, mental. And so get out is doing for self. Getting out is bone to bone, brother to brother, brother to sister, wrapping ourselves in sindel, wrapping ourselves in skin, and standing on our feet. This is getting out. Getting out is in our mind first. And the next step is, before you do anything, you got to think about economics. And so if you're going to do anything, you got to have an economic plan together. You got to have wealth, and in the position where you got to have, if we're moving collectively, you got to have streams of income. You got to have money coming in from different sources. You got to have a lot of things so we're moving in the nation. This is something that we sit down and think about. And so we weigh all this in the balance before we make one step. We don't make a move. We sit down and wait. We are just as strategic as the Iranian army is that's shooting the missiles into Tel Aviv. We're just as strategic as the Iranian army is that's blowing up the targets that's over in the Gulf. We just as strategic, but we spiritual. But we're going to sit down as strategic men and women. And as we sit down strategically, we're going to weigh all our options. And we're going to talk about finances, and we're going to talk about wealth, and we're going to talk about, gold and silver and this and that and paper money and this and that and moving this and moving that and things we need to do. Case this happened, what happened here? Case that happened, this, that. Case they do this, that. All these things are things that, when you're doing things like what we talking about doing, these things are very, very, very important toward, when I say get out, that's what I'm talking about, getting out. I'm talking about putting your mind in a position where you can stand up and defend yourself on a spiritual level and do the things that's necessary for us to do as a people in the future. So that's the get out part. So I'm talking about everybody like go buy a ticket and everybody hit the door. And when I say get out, I'm talking about collective, and I'm talking about the prophetic picture that's spoken of in the book of Ezekiel in chapter 36 and chapter 37. That's my get out when I say get out. Now to the test tube baiters, you're right. They've been doing that for a long time. So they do have these artificially stimulated people that they do have, and it's been a while since they've been doing this now. And so you can very well have these people in this position. And you think about it, you didn't have a soul to think about a plot like that in the first place. So the product definitely don't have a soul, because why would you, in your mind, this is what I'm talking about the Lucifer mind. The Lucifer mind. Think about it. Just think about the Lucifer mind. You're going to take the sperm that was created by the Creator, and you're going to take the womb that was created by the Creator, and you're going to take the natural order that's been going on since the beginning of man and woman. You're going to take that away and come up with your own technological wizardry. And you're going to be a wizard. And you're going to do just like the soothsayers and the wizards you should do it back in the day. And you're going to come up with your little device and come with your little demonic mind. And in your demonic mind, and see, we don't know we're looking at demons just because they got Brook Brothers suits on and got these Rayburn glasses on and got these Brook Brothers suits on and got these briefcases running around. We don't know who we're looking at. We don't know who we're dealing with, but that's who we're dealing with. They come up with a demonic mind, and instead of dealing in the righteous order that the Creator has created since the beginning, they come up with an unnatural, unrighteous order that goes counter to everything that the Creator said should be, because he created man and woman to be intimate, to multiply. So you come up with your wicked scheme and say, guess what? I don't need no womb that the Creator, and I don't need a man. I can take his sperm, I can freeze it, and I can do this and put it in, and I can come out and see what type of human beings I can make, instead of me following what the Creator do. Just like the mad scientists we used to see when we was coming up. These are the demons that we living with. These are the demons that going around and tell you that a man don't need a woman, that a man can get married to a man, and that it don't make no difference. These are demons that go around and tell you that you don't need no animal to get no meat. You can go to the lab and they can make their own meat. These are same demons that tell you that you don't need no seeds to go in your fruit, that you can have seedless fruit going against what's been since the beginning. These are the devils that you did, that you shaking hands with, and these are the devils that we try to come to terms with. That's why I say get out. And I'm talking about spiritually, mentally. These people ain't nobody to be dealing with. Now, if they did Iran like that, you don't think they'd do you like that? You don't think they call you to the peace table? Come on, Black America, sit down. Come on, we want to talk peace to you. You think that they just do that to Iran?
That's the illusion of inclusion.
You don't think they'll do that to you? You don't think they'll do that to Venezuela? You don't think they'll do that to Vietnam? You don't think they'll do it? So you want to sit down and think, well, we can stay here and come up with a plan and we can work out something with them. Right. You're going to be just like Iran. And that's why Iran say we don't want to talk to them no more, because we talked to them twice. And every time we talk to them, they sit down and they deceived us. They act as if they wanted to talk, and if they wanted to talk peace. And we came and we sit down and we thought we were going to have peace talks. But by the time we got through talking, the bombs were falling. They did this twice. They did that in June of 25. and they just did it February of 28. So again, this is the caliber of people who've held us in captivity for 400 plus years. So know your enemy. Just like he know you, he know what you do. He know your habits. He study you. You think he don't know you? That's why he make projections. You need to do the same. You need to understand him, how he works, what his plots are, what angle he may come at, what his thoughts may be against us as a people. You got to man up and woman up and understand that we are not who they say we are. We are who the Creator defined us to be. That's who we are. So you can no longer allow the enemy to define us. And that's why we're acting crazy, because the enemy has defined us. And so he defined us and put a crazy fruit in us. And so this crazy vibration that he's placed in us, again, it causes us to work against our own best interests. And that's how you know, again, this enemy, oh, he's clever. He's clever. Oh, he's very clever. He's very clever. And when you don't know Yah, that's what the Most High said, the man so tender and delicate in the curses of Deuteronomy 28. That's why he said the woman so tender and delicate. Tender and delicate to what? You're so tender and delicate that every trap that the wicked man set up, you're not man enough and you're not wise enough to overstep and overcome and man up and not fall weak to the wicked plots that they set against us as a people. We can't fall weak to the things that they do against us. If they put drugs in there, they're talking about crack cocaine, fentanyl, this and that, don't touch it. They put pork in the neighborhood, talking about eat swine, get your high blood pressure, trichomonas, this, that, don't do no business with it. Boycott wickedness, like they boycott us. They don't do no business with us. They don't come in our neighborhood doing no business with us. They don't come in our neighborhood showing us know how to get up on our feet. They boycott us. They boycott us on every level until they want something out of us. Why we can't understand who we're dealing with. That's the only reason they come to you when they want something. But as long as they got something and you don't have it, they're not studying you. Now, if I did you like that, you know that I'm playing you. If they do you like that, you don't know they playing you? Come on, Black America. Lost sheep of the house of Israel, Judah, Jerusalem.
Ashe. So listen, we have some people, any questions from the panel? Or statements anybody wants to make, raise your hand or unmute. So I see who wants to make a statement. Okay, so we have George Kidd. First we have Mikael Ben Yah, and then we have George Kidd, and those are the only two that has unmuted. So go ahead, Mikael. Go ahead first.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right, blessings. Yeah, so my questions to the elders, what does that really look like when we're talking about the transition, moving from out of the, the clay and the taupe era, right, that you was explaining, you know what I mean, and bringing things to, to a collective consciousness, if you will, because again, no nation can stand unless they have some form of governance. Right. And so, that would be my question to you is what does that, look like, from your perspective?
Kane, that's a great question. And a great question. And the answer I will give will be based on the scriptures. So I don't lean to my own understanding and I go by what the Most High has shown us. And so what he has shown us is that what it's going to look like is this. It's going to look like bone to bone. Bone to bone. What do bone to bone mean? Right now, we got bone to bone within us. And bone to bone is what gives your body your body the ability to function properly. And so it has to be bone to bone in order for us to function properly. So the Creator says that when he revives us from the valley of the dry bones, and dry bones is when we're not functioning properly. We dried up. The righteous way of Yah has dried up among us as a people. We like dead men walking and dead women talking. There's no Yah consciousness among us. But in the spiritual revolution, because this is what it is. This is the spiritual revolution. See, we're going to slay the wicked with the breath of our lips. The Most High going to empower us to the point that the days come, says Yah, that you're going to speak a thing. And the Most High going to answer to that. And it's going to manifest itself according to the words of your lips. You're going to slay the wicked with the breath of your mouth. And you're not going to judge by the sight of your eyes, nor by the hearing of your ears. But in the reverence of Yah shall you judge. And so as the Most High bring these bone to bone, the Most High is going to cause you and I, the brethren, the sister, the people, he's going to cause you and I to come to a righteous mind. That's going to be, he's going to liberate, because that's what's keeping us in the valley. You got to think about what's keeping us in the valley of the dry bones. What's keeping us in the valley of the dry bones is ignorance, darkness, and idolatry. That's what he tells the prophet Ezekiel. And so as the Most High gives you and I and liberate our mind, then we bring the righteous mindset. Once we bring the righteous mindset, that brings bone to bone. And once we start functioning bone to bone, the Most High says we come together collectively and we become an exceedingly a great army. And so not a congregation, not a group over here, not a group over there, not a group over here, not my way, not your way, not his way, not their way, but the Most High said an exceedingly a great army. But he said there was one problem. Yah even saw there was one problem. And don't we see one problem? Because today, one thing we have done, a lot of people, we do have the sinew. And the sinew is what's inside of you. And what's inside of you, because you don't see the sinew, you just see what's outside of you, which is the skin. And so with the Most High, when he puts us bone to bone, which is puts us back in the righteous order, and then wrap us with sinew, that's when he gives us the understanding of the Torah and understanding of our culture. That's the inside of you. That's what's supposed to be in your heart, your soul, and your might. And so once he put the sinew in you, then after that, he gives the exterior, which is the skin, how we look. And how should we look? We should look like Abraham's children. We should look like the seed of Abraham. We should look like the Hebrew people. So we begin to return to our culture and the way that we act, and the way that we dress, and the way that we eat, and the way we communicate with each other is a positive vibration that comes bone to bone, that we come back together. But again, after all that even takes place, he does tell Ezekiel that there's still a major problem. He says there's no breath in them. And so what is the breath? The breath is the crystal laser focus on Yah consciousness that every Israelite man, every Israelite woman, every Israelite child that's old enough to know the difference between good and evil, each Israelite, they got Yah consciousness in them. From the youngest to the 20s to the 30s, each one of us, we got Yah consciousness on all levels. And so we got all levels of Yah consciousness from the younger all the way up to the elders. And so once we get that and get this divisive spirit out of us, where, you know, people have different opinions about this and different opinions about that. Not thus says Yah, but verily, verily, you know, what this may be said, or verily, verily, what that may be said, but not what thus says Yah. Once that is eradicated, because it's like a spiritual cancer in the body. Once that's eradicated and we become cancer free, and we had said that crystal laser beam focused on Yah consciousness, that's going to be the last move right there. That's going to be the move that when you read the book of Ezekiel, that the Most High said after that, he brings us back and he joins the two sticks together, because now we have done what's necessary in order for us to be a kingdom again together. Because now we got the wisdom, we got the spirit of Yah in us. And so it's going to take the spirit of Yah to put this kingdom back together. But the Most High will inspire men and will inspire women and will inspire people to actually do that. But once he does that, then the two sticks are going to join together. And then the Most High is going to establish righteous leadership again. We see the throne of David is reestablished. We see the Levitical priesthood come back to power. We see the prophets of Israel prophesy again. And all of us come from captivity to go back home again. And so the beginning of that process is beginning right now, bone to bone, brother to brother, Israelite to Israelite. We're a nation of people. I'm not a congregation. It's nationalism, as Prince said earlier. We're a nation of people. We're functioning like a nation. We're thinking like a nation. And so we work on that. And the Most High get behind us on that. And then the Most High going to empower us. And then once the army becomes strong enough, then that's when you send the army on a mission. You know, once you get the army in order, then you're able to move out. But we want to move collectively. We want to move wisely. We want to move functionally. We want to cover all levels. You got to cover economics. You got to cover education. You got to cover health. you got to cover sisters, you got to cover leadership, you got to cover all these important areas. And you got to have all these areas, all your bases covered on these areas. And so when you move collectively like that, then we got collective strength, we got collective resources, we got the wisdom among us. And so can't nothing stop us now. Can't nothing stop us.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing clarity to that, because again, you know what I mean, we have a lot of people here watching, and so I thought that would be something that would, you know, be of value as well. And so my second part to that question would be, you know, as far as, you know, an action plan for people to, you know, to put things into motion right now, you know what I mean? Because I know we see what we see on television as far as those things that happen abroad, and of course people need to be prepared, you know, for their 24, 72-hour bag, just in case they got to leave the house, they got to have some food in there, things like that. You know, we have to be prepared for those type of situations, right? But as far as an action plan, you know what I mean, to start thinking collect, you know what I'm saying? What would be your word to the people to say, hey, look, this is what we need to start doing right now, because we see what we see, we know what we know, but here's some things that, you know, we need to start acting on right now.
King, a good question, a very good question. And we ask the Most High to inspire us and to lead us and to guide us. That's what we're gonna do. Well, first we're gonna think like that, like what you just said. We're gonna start thinking like that. Okay, so once we start thinking like that, answers gonna come. And so one thing we do know is that all of us, many of us, been in the military. A lot, you know, not all of us, but you know, some of us have done a little experience in the military. So by the experience that we do have in the military, we do have an understanding of unity. We have an understanding of a common mission. But at the same time, we understand diversity, because we know everybody still wasn't the same, but we still had a mission. You know, we was in the barracks and did all this together, and we still did what was necessary because we had a platform and a mission as an army to fulfill. So I would say the first thing that we're going to do, it goes back to what we've been saying all this evening. We're going to liberate our thinking. We're going to liberate our mind, and we're going to think the way that you just inquired of and that you asked of. And then what we're gonna do is that we'll do like our ancestors did when they left ancient Babylon after the fall of Babylon, and when Cyrus came into power, and he issued a proclamation that allowed the captives to return. What they did at that time is they took a registry. If you read, they took a registry, and they took the registry so they could find out who was going to be among the population of, you know, because it was 42,360 of the remnant that went back. It was that was the number, 42,360. And so they took a registry, and you read the register when you read chapters 1 and chapter 2 and so forth. So they took a registry. So I would say that, you know, with the Yah platform, because everything must be based on Yah. So with a Yah platform, you would take a registry. And so you took your registry and you began to register and find out who you got, who you're working with, who on your side, what talents they have, what they're willing to do. And then that's the beginning nucleus. That's bone to bone right there. And then you begin to wrap that in sinew, and you begin to wrap that in skin. And so, and the Most High will inspire. So what we'll do is that we definitely keep the Most High in the midst of every step we make. So we don't want to lean to my own understanding and say, well, I know this and that. No, I don't want to do that. What I want to do, I know what we need to do, and we do what we need to do. But every step of the way, we keep the Most High focused in the forefront. So we inquire. Because see, the divine presence of Yah is among us. So the things that we don't know, we inquire at the mouth of Yah. And so when we inquire at the mouth of Yah, somebody, the Almighty gonna inspire somebody with the answer. When we inquire, some brother or some sister is going to come up with the answer. It never fails. All you got to do is inquire at the mouth of Yah, and somebody going to come up with the answer. The Most High going to send the answer in there. So once we formulate ourselves and organize ourselves and let Yah guide us, then whatever we need to know.
I will say this. Hold on. Let me just say this. The worst thing to do is be on a public platform telling what you're going to do. So I wouldn't even tell the plan here. If people are interested in that plan, then they should contact you, and then there should be like a Zoom call only for people that are interested. But to be on, I don't think it's smart for anyone to be on a public platform explaining what the layout is. We
That
are
makes sense.
okay. So let me also,
sense.
So let me also
That
say
makes
this. So is there anyone else with any other questions that they want to ask? Because we're here with a person that has been here during the civil rights, all these different movements, and has information. Reverend Green, you have a question? Go ahead.
Thank you, DJ Genesis. It's an excellent program. Once again, everybody hit the like button, share, subscribe. It is the man in the high castle, and I'm gonna ask this brother right here. The importance, you talked the importance of bone and bone. I know in Ezekiel 37 they speak about the valley of dry bones, but right now, concerning this topic, America and Iran, who will win? I'm Team America, obviously. Do you know about? Tell me about Ezekiel 38 through 39, the Gog and Magog prophecy. What do you know about it, sir? And also,
Ken,
both of my parents are born in segregation, Jim Crow, Mississippi, and they're older than you. One is still living. However, you've seen much of life, and a lot of things have been repeated already. So I'm not going to take nothing away from you. But I come from a household that's well informed with experience already, but I'm willing to listen to you. Ezekiel 38, 39, Gog and Magog.
All right, so you're asking him to read the book, or what are you asking him to do? Like,
what's your thoughts on Gog and Magog, Ezekiel 38 through 39, the Gog and Magog prophecy? Let me kick the ballistics. As a God-fearing Christian, you'll probably know what side I'll be on in these times. This is the prophecy of the Gog and Magog, essentially is, in a layman's term, the Zionist jihadist war. Some may say the Zionist Muslim war. I said it the way I said it.
Let me just hold on. Before we ask a question like that, the question would be, is if he's no longer here. I think he might have lost connection, but he might not.
This is what happens when these questions happen.
No. His phone could have it's not about somebody.
I asked about Megatron not too long ago, and a brother came and said, I'll be right back. I'll get back to you. I'm talking about the lesser face. The brother never got back to me. He kept on talking about what I don't know. So I'm just asking about the Gog and Magog.
Bro, you can't do that.
DJ Genesis. Right now, we talking about Iran versus America, right? This would coincide with the highlights of Ezekiel 38 through 39. I put up some things in the back.
So all right, so hold on. Chill out. Just calm down, bro. All right, so you're asking about Ezekiel, but you're asking a person that's a Torah Hebrew Israelite that probably doesn't even believe in Ezekiel. You first should understand.
He just brought it up. He brought up Ezekiel bone, bone for bone, and that's when I brought up the Ezekiel 38 valley of dry bones and all the above. So I'm kicking the ballistics back.
Hold on,
but
stop.
Why you was asking the question? His phone was freezing while you was asking.
Okay, I'm asking you, sir, Mr. Mighty Hebrew.
Why are you yelling, bro? I don't want to yell. This is not a yelling.
Yeah, just calm down, bro. Had a conversation.
There's nobody yelling, sir.
No, you are yelling. We've been having a very, very concise conversation about what's been going on. This is not a debate. We're not here to debate. My platform. It's
let me
not a
This is
debate.
not a yelling contest.
DJ
You were
Genesis.
That
yelling.
mic is turned up
Yo,
for no reason. I have no idea.
sir,
Okay, well, I'll
sir,
turn it down because it
sir,
sounds like
calm,
you're
Thank
yelling.
calm
you.
down. Look, hey, Mighty
No,
Hebrew,
you told me to calm
can you,
down.
can you
I
try to
am
answer,
calm.
can you try to answer this man question? No, I'm saying just to keep the floor, keep the show flowing, keep
Thank
everything
you.
going, so we can keep the knowledge going.
All right, Mighty Hebrew, while our
Bro,
elder is
yeah,
getting his thing together,
his
probably
device
gonna come
together.
back.
Yeah.
This is not like he's not running from you, sir, Reverend Green.
I don't think so, but these words are being
There is no,
interjected. I'm
but no.
not saying
Why are you
running.
talking? Listen, no, you don't even hear
Calm
your
down,
cadence.
bro. You
See,
yelling
sir,
like
you
you too
listen.
hot.
Bro,
Your cadence. Listen, we're not. This is not an argument. You're the way
no
that
one
you're
is
talking.
saying running. I
But
don't
no,
think a
no.
grown man
But
will
how
be
you
running
are,
from me.
but how
Do
you
you
are
understand that?
talking, how you are talking is like you're very like cramped up. It's like there's no reason to be that pumped up when we're
Are
having.
you serious?
Do you hear yourself?
You just said
Can you
a
just let Mighty
man
Hebrew answer
could
your
be
question?
running from me. I doubt that.
Can you
I doubt that man was running from me.
Can you re-clarify your
No.
question
You
and
with
let
how
Mighty
you were
Hebrew
beginning
answer?
to frame it is like that when he
Let's
dropped
get to the
off.
question.
Look,
2 minutes later.
Re-clarify your question, and hopefully Mighty Hebrew or the other brother can answer it. I'm just up here for the knowledge. I'm learning right now, so I would like to continue learning. So, could you re-clarify your question, and maybe one of them could answer it? You know?
It would be possible. I think it could be, optimistically. Here we go. Ezekiel 38 through 39, the Gog and Magog prophecy. In relationship to the title of this video, what is the plan with the Gog and Magog prophecy found in Ezekiel 38 through 39? I put a link in the back specifically on a map of what that could possibly be like. How does this all work out? Whose side are you on?
Okay, so this is the map that he's talking about, Gog and Magog.
But that's only if you determining that to be what the war is turning out to be today. Like meaning that
Hey, this is not my
no like you
this is
using,
not my everyday Kool-Aid drink punch, but I'm aware of this.
No, I'm not saying that it is. What I'm trying to understand, just for clarification, is that are you trying to say that the Magog and Magog, or that term that you use from Ezekiel 38, 39, is that the reference that you're using to tie it into the mix that we're in with Iran now today?
I'm asking a question in relationship to the subject of this title of the show with the Gog and Magog prophecy found in Ezekiel 38 through 39. I do have some Hebrews, Israelites, that verbalize on this show. Maybe they can verbalize a little bit on 38, 39, Ezekiel, perhaps.
All right, Mikhail, do you know about this? About the Magog and Magog prophecy? Can you like expound on that, please?
Tonight I'd rather not, but you know, to the point of the other gentleman, I do feel as though that, you know, this man is, what is his name, Reverend Green? It sounds like he wants to debate tonight. You know, and I don't think nobody's, you know, up for a debate. If he has some information that he would like to present and to, you know, break bread with everybody, I think everybody is, you know, has an open ear at this point. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, you know, if you're here to, you know, to change the energy, you know, I'm not gonna feed into that.
That's a great question, sir. And again, I understand not everybody can answer these simple questions. And I'm just asked a simple question because tonight's program was basically in the title caption, Iran versus America, who will win? There's a poll. I'm on Team America. However, there is a prophecy in the Bible and also found in the Quran as well, dealing with the Gog and Magog. And I figure with current events, geopolitical situations, present day, what's popping. That's all.
All right, now look.
But people do get bad reception, and then people have their mic turned up. Then people also get turned up, and then also people do duck out and sometimes
ducking out, bro. You're talking about an elder, bro.
Yeah, nobody's he didn't duck out. Like I actually had to figure out my internet because I had to come back in. So,
Gotcha.
I think he probably had some issues probably with his internet as well. But my question to you is that, do you have any information that you would like to bring forth, to break bread with everybody to teach us something, or are you asking, for edification yourself?
Peace. I like.
I'm all set with my That's a great question. I'm all set with the Gog and Magog myself. Man, if I was
break bread with us.
If I was 16, no, sir. If I was 16 years old again.
Let's hear what you have to say.
If I was 16 years old again.
Tell us about it. Won't you tell us
about it? I was 16 years old again.
No, listen. This is not a debate conversation. This is it would be like, and also, so it wouldn't be a tell me about what I know, because you know something that we might not know. So if you have something that you know that we might not know,
so these guys don't know.
We might not know. Go ahead and explain to us what you're talking about.
I'm here as a student, bro. I'm here just learning.
This is a conversation. This is not a debate.
Having a conversation, bro. If you can edify, like
you have to relax. Everything. We're not. This is not a debate.
So I'm here with some self-respecting Hebrews.
No, I'm not a Hebrew, bro. I'm
we're
Christian.
Self-respecting people that are on a panel having a discussion.
For America,
come on now.
But at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is I'm just learning. I'm up here learning. So if you have something to edify,
okay, I'm with some novice here. Okay.
No,
I respect the novice. I respect the novice. I respect the novice.
Explain. Okay, don't say all this other bullshit. Get to the point. Say what you're gonna say.
No, it's the truth, though.
If you edify us on the Magog and Magog thing you were speaking on, because I would like to know. I'm just here learning, bro. I really would like. I was listening to OG breakdown.
Here is your map, and what are you gonna say? Go ahead.
Give me some information that I could take with me to go to work and think about,
Go ahead. Continue. Go ahead, Reverend Green. You have the floor.
Let me hear Ezekiel 38 through 39. Let me read it. If someone can pull that up, I'll read it out loud. Or maybe we could take turns.
I just have like this thing of Ezekiel right here. It describes the future of end times invasion of a restored Israel by a massive coalition of nations led by Gog of the land of Magog. Gog, a ruler from the far north, often associated with the Russia, Turkey, and Central Asia, is drawn by God with hooks in his jaws to attack a peaceful Israel. God killed and destroyed this army with supernatural forces, fire, brimstone, and earthquakes to reveal his holiness to the world. I don't actually, okay, let me just see if there's an actual, let me see.
Yeah, Ezekiel 38 and 39.
So was that what you were trying to read? Like break it down to it. Give us like what was the reason for you bringing that up? I just want to hear the edification.
Okay. So it says, now the word of the Lord came to me saying, all right, here it is. All right. Now the word of the Lord
DJ Genesis. Thank you.
Read it. Right? So I'm reading it now. Okay. The word of the Lord came to me saying, son of man, set your face against Gog in the land of Magog, the prince of Rosh, Meshech, and Tubal, and prophecy against him, and say, thus say the Lord God, behold, I'm against you, O Gog, the prince of Rosh, Meshech, and Tubal. I will turn you around, put hooks in your jaws, and lead you out with all your army, horses and horsemen, all splendidly clothed, a great company with bucklers and shields, all of them handling swords. Persia, Ethiopia, and Libya are with them, and all them with shield and helmet. Gomer and all its troops, the house of Tugarma, and from the north of and all its troops, many people are with you. Should I continue?
Yes.
Prepare yourself and be ready, you and all your companies that are gathered about you, and be guard for them. After many days, you'll be visited in the latter years. You will come into the land of those brought back from the sword, and gathered from many people in the mountains of Israel, which had long been desolate. They were brought out the nations, and now all of them dwell safely. You will ascend, coming like a storm, covering the land like a cloud, and all your troops and many people with you. Continue.
Yes, ma'am. You're doing an excellent job. Your voice is very clear.
Thus say the Lord God, on that day it shall come to pass that thoughts will arise in your mind, and you will make an evil plan. You will say, I will go up against the land of unwalled villages. I will go to a peaceful people who dwell safely, all of them dwelling without walls and having neither bars nor gates, to take plunder, to take booty, to stretch out your hand against the waste places that are against uninhabited, and against the people gathered from the nations who have acquired livestock and goods, who dwell in the midst of the land, Sheba, Dedan, and merchants of Tarshish, and all the young lions will say to you, how come you take plunder? Have you gathered your army to take booty, carry away silver and gold, and take away livestock and goods, take great plunder? Therefore, son of man, prophecy say to Gog, thus say the Lord God, on that day my people Israel dwell safely. Will you not know it? They then will come from your place out of the far north, you and many people with you, all of them riding on horses, a great company, a mighty army. You will come against my people Israel like a cloud to cover the land. It will be in the latter days that will bring you against my land, so that the nation may know me when I am hallowed in you, O God, before their eyes. Thus say the Lord God, are you he who I have spoken former days, my servant prophets of Israel, who prophesied for years in those days that I would bring you against them? I'm not sure what that means. There's a lot going on there. There's a lot. I don't know what that means. That's a lot.
Hey, that was a lot too. I kind of got.
I'm confused. I don't even know what it means.
Bits and pieces of it, but hopefully.
What verse? What verse did you stop on?
She read it all.
I read the all the way down to 14, 17.
Okay.
She read it all. But look, I kind of
this is what will happen.
There's an echo. DJ Genesis, there's an echo.
Okay, I'm gonna remove your other thing. Okay, now is there echo still now? All right, there you go.
No.
All right, there you go. So I just remove that one. Pick that one, and then
when Gog attacks the land of Israel, my hot anger will arouse, declares the sovereign Lord. In my zeal and fury, wrath, I declare that at that time there shall be a great earthquake in the land of Israel. The fish in the sea, the birds in the sky, the beasts of the field, every creature that moves along the ground, and all people on the face of the earth will tremble at my presence.
Which one is that? Is that like 38 or 39?
That's 38, 19, 21, verse 21 right there. I was about to read. All I know that this discusses the Gog and Magog in this chapter of the book. How profound is it right now in these current times when we're dealing with participants of this prophecy?
I apologize. My phone went dead for a minute, sir. When you was asking me that question a few minutes ago, I truly apologize because I was listening to what you were saying when you were asking about Ezekiel 38 and 39. So I do apologize to you and the brothers and sisters because I went dead. I had to juice it up a little bit to get back in, and you was in the midst of that question, and I see that you were reading from the scriptures on that. Now this is how
Thank you,
this is
sir.
what I was going to. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I believe
This is
you,
what,
and it's fine.
come again, sir.
I believe you. I'm fine. Thank you that you came back. I'm
Yes, sir.
glad you came back. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Most definitely. And what I was saying is this: when we do look at Ezekiel chapter 38, and we look at the lineup, it's a lineup of nations that's mentioned in that particular chapter. And if you reference chapter 38, and you look at the verses 5, you'll see the lineup. And when you look at the lineup is the lineup that we see today. It's the lineup that we see today. And one of the important nations that we do see in the configuration of the group of nations that will get together in verse 5, the first one that's mentioned is Persia. And as I said earlier, Persia was changed to Iran in 1935. And before that, it was Persia. And so in this configuration of nations, we see that it's going to be an alliance of nations. And these alliance of nations are actually going to come together to actually come against the land of Israel and the people of Israel, which is you and I. All right. Now, when you look at the setup of the nations, Persia is mentioned in with Gog, and Gog is the leader of the chief prince of the land of Magog, which is Russia, which is the largest country on the face of the earth. Russia is so large that on the eastern edge, it starts at Ukraine, and it circles all the way around past Asia and past China and come all the way around and bends over and come to the Bering Strait, where it's right off the coast of Alaska and the extreme north, right on top of Alaska right there. So Russia is the world's largest country as far as land mass is concerned. And so Putin is the prophetic God of the chief prince of the land of Magog. And so one of the nations that's going to be aligned with him will be Iran. And so when we look at the conflict today, we see that Russia, China are aligned with Iran. And so we see that this alliance is already beginning to form in its configuration. Now, on the opposite side, you have the United States of America, and you have the Jewish state, and their goal, if they could accomplish their goal would be to flip Iran out of this sphere that we see here in Ezekiel 38 and 5. And they would flip Persia out of this sphere. But according to Ezekiel, Persia is in the sphere. So that means that the United States and the Jewish state and nobody else can actually flip Persia away from this configuration of nations that the Most High has already said is going to be in. So Mr. Trump is actually fighting against prophetic winds. And when you fight against prophetic winds, you never win. And this is why Benjamin Netanyahu could possibly be dead tonight. It's a great possibility that he was eliminated. And so they're not going to accomplish their goal to defang Persia and put it in the western orbit of the partly iron toes and take it out of Confederation of Nations with China, Russia, Brazil, India, South Africa, and the BRIC nations. It's not going to happen. And so, but since he's going to try anyway, and he's going to attempt to do it anyway, then he's going to go up and he's actually going to face failure. And this failure is what's spoken of in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 50 and chapter 51. And so this is where we are. Now, as far as Israel is concerned, now this is how we get to where we are in chapter 38 and chapter 39. When you look at the book of Jeremiah, and when you look at Jeremiah chapter 50, This is the Most High speaking of this current conflict that we're looking at right now. This real time. This is real time where we are right now in our prophetic equation among the nations right now. When you look at Jeremiah chapter 50, I'll just read a couple of verses from Jeremiah chapter 50. It reads on this wise. It says this. It says, the word that Yah spoke against Babylon and against the land of the Chaldeans by Jeremiah the prophet. Declare you among the nations and publish, and set up a standard, publish and conceal not. Say, Babylon is taken, Baal is confounded, Meridah is broken in pieces, her idols are confounded, her images are broken in pieces. For out of the north there cometh up a nation against her, which shall make her land desolate, and none shall dwell therein. They shall remove, they shall depart, both man and beast. So this is the prophecy that the Most High has spoken of in the latter day Babylon. And a lot of people may not understand what Babylon is. So let me just say what Babylon is so we'll understand Babylon. Babylon historically was the wealthiest. Babylon historically was the most sophisticated. It was the culture of Mecca. People in the ancient world, they would travel from all the different countries to come to the urban civilization that was set up in Babylon. Babylon was an architectural marvel. They had hanging gardens. They had a temple that was built so high in the sky that when you looked at it from a distance, you would think the temple was floating in the air. But they had constructed also what in the city, they had roads over the cities with the chariots and the horses. You travel over the roads, and the people traveled in the city. They traveled in canoes. And the city was just full of wealth and riches and pleasure and fun. And it was like endless celebration and endless having a good time. But one thing about it, it was a very wicked place. It was anti-Yah to the core. But as far as materialism was concerned, it was a place of big money. As far as pleasure was concerned, you can have more fun than you could have there. As far as making money was concerned, you couldn't make more money than you could make there. And so Babylon became synonymous. It became more than just a place. It became synonymous to a culture that traveled down the annals of time. And so now in the latter days, America is was the world's richest country. America was the place where you had Times Square, you had Broadway, you had Atlantic City, you got Las Vegas, you got the Golden, you get all this pleasure. You have Hollywood, and the list goes on. You got Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, you got all this going on here in the daughter of Babylon. And so when we read Jeremiah 50, he's talking about a latter-day country that's the wealthiest, the richest, the most pleasurable, but at the same time, it's the most crooked place on the face of the earth. And so in the latter days, the Most High is about to judge this system. And so this is why, on a prophetic level, this is why I said earlier, there's 4 ways that we can look at this, what we're looking at this evening. We can look at it geopolitically, we can look at it historically, or prophetically, and from an Israelite perspective. Now, right now, we're looking at it prophetically. And so we're looking at the United States of America from a prophetic perspective. And this is a good perspective for us to definitely look at it from, because when we look at CNN and we look at MSNBC and we look at Fox News and ABC, we only get what they want us to know. But when we read this, we're getting the vision from the Most High himself. And that's the best vision that you can get. So he tells us that this latter-day Babylon, it would experience a great fall. Now, where would the nation come from? Verse 3 says, out of the north. If you look at Russia, as I explained earlier, Russia is north of America. This is why Trump wanted Greenland. This is why he was making this big ruckus about Greenland, because Russia extends over Greenland and extends across Canada and comes all the way down to the Bering Strait right there, just across the waterway from Alaska. And so Russia is north of America. And guess what? Russia has its largest military base up in the north across the road from Alaska. It's called Murmansk. You can look it up. Murmansk. Look up the Murmansk military base that Russia has set up. It's one of the largest military installations. If they ever attacked America, if they ever invaded America, they're coming from that spot right there. And they're coming to Alaska, and they're coming down from the area right into the United States of America. But let me read just a little more. So what's going to happen to me and you if something like that happens? Verse 4, it'll give us our answer. In those days, and at that time, says Yah, the children of Israel shall come, that's you and I, they and the children of Judah together, that's you and I, going and weeping, they shall go and seek Yah, their Elohim. So they're going to go back to their righteous order. They're not going to be seeking the gods of Babylon and the images and the idolatry. They're going to be seeking the truth. I'll read on. They shall ask the way to Zion with their faces thitherwards, saying, come and let us join ourselves to Yah and a perpetual covenant that shall not be forgotten. My people have been lost sheep. That's talking about us in America. You see what Yah says? My people has been lost sheep. They're shepherds. These are the leaders. These are the preachers. These are the politicians. These people are leading us astray. They lead our people astray. The politicians make our people believe that we have hope in the political system. There's no hope in the American political system for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But preachers, they make Black America believe that there's salvation in Christianity. There's no salvation in the slave master religion that he taught our ancestors under the barrel of a gun and the lash of a whip. There's no salvation in that corrupt theology. And so these shepherds, these politicians, these preachers, they have led Black America, the lost sheep of the house of Israel, they have led us astray. And the Most High says that shepherds have caused them to go astray. They have turned them away on the mountains. They have gone from mountain to hill. They have forgotten their resting place. We don't even know where we come from. We don't even know where we're going. The Most High said we've forgotten our resting place. So that's why you got some people walking around talking about, well, I'm an FBA. That's why you got some people talking around talking about, I'm an Indian. And that's why you got some people talking around, well, I'm a Vietnamese. And you got some people talking around, I'm from the Philippines. Some people talking around, we done forgot our resting place. We collectively as a people have forgotten our resting place. All that found them have devoured us. We've been used by everybody. The adversaries, which is these people that hold us in occupation, they say, we offend not because they have sinned against Yah, the habitation of justice, even Yah, the hope of their fathers. So they say they haven't done us no wrong. They say we messed up. We deserve what we get from them. So they say, Almighty don't hold us guilty for what we've done to them. Your people ain't no good no way. This is how they think about us. But look what the Most High tell us to do in verse 8, and I'm going to stop here. He tell us, remove out of the midst of Babylon. Go forth out of the land of the Chaldeans. Be as the he-goat before the flocks. And I got to read 9. I said, but let me read. Why are we going to do that? For lo, I will raise and cause to come up against America, Babylon, an assembly of great nations from the north country. So the Most High, in his infinite wisdom, says America is going to be invaded in the days to come, in the decades to come. And you can see it forming right now. Iran going to get them. They killed their main leader. They killed Ali Khomeini, their head spiritual supreme leader. And I don't think people realize the magnitude of what that really means. When you kill that man, it's like a Muslim country killing the Pope. You let an Iranian go to the Vatican and take a gun and shoot the Pope. All these nations, America, Germany, France, all these European nations will be up in an uproar because a Muslim country killed a Catholic Christian leader. Well, this side is on Iran's side. They killed Ali Khamenei, the spiritual leader of 300 million Shiite Muslims, not just Shiites in Iran, but Shiites in Yemen, Shiites in Bahrain, Shiites in Syria, Shiites in Lebanon, Shiites in Iraq, and all these people have sworn loyalty to this man, and they want to avenge his blood. And this is why Donald Trump has put out a warning that they could possibly face attacks in California. And so they got the guards up because Persia gonna come at them, and they're not gonna forgive them for killing the supreme leader. And this is what they did last week. Last week in the city of Qom, that's the religious capital of Iran, Persia. Last week in Qom, they went to their grand mosque and they put the red flag on top of the mosque. And when they put the red flag on top of the mosque, that means all out war, that means vengeance, that means no forgiveness, that means no mercy. And this is why every night, as we speak right now, you got barrages of ballistic missiles hitting the Jewish state, tearing the state of Israel up. Tel Aviv is being devastated. Haifa is being devastated. Beth Shemesh has been devastated. Several other countries, cities in the northern part of the country have been devastated. So the Most High has allowed them to be devastated. And this is a part of the prophecy of what we're reading right here, right now. So now we see this assembly of great nations that's coming against America. Who would these nations be? One would be Russia, because America opposes Russia and Ukraine. America is giving Ukraine lethal weapons where they can shoot long-range missiles over into Russia. And so Russia is highly pissed off about that. China and America, they don't get along. They're arguing over world power as we speak right now. A lot of issues divide them. And so you got China, you have Russia, and both of them support Iran. And on top of that, we can't forget North Korea. And so you have North Korea. So these are the configuration of these assembly of great nations that the Most High talks about in verse 9. For lo, I will raise and cause to come up against Babylon an assembly of great nations from the north country. They're going to be in a confederation with Russia. And it's going to be, and this confederation today is known as BRICS. And what is going on in the last 2 weeks, in case you haven't heard it, BRICS at first was just an economic confederation. But now, in light of what America did in Iran, BRICS now is adding a military element. They're saying that what they want to do now is form a group of developing non-European nations. They want to come together so they can deal with world issues. It's North Korea, it's China, it's Iran, it's Russia, and all of these non-developers, Burkina Faso, South Africa, Ethiopia, the African Union, all these nations, they moving away. They moving away from the partly iron. They're moving away from the West, and this is a part of what the Most High is talking about here in Jeremiah chapter 50. And so the Most High has told us to do what? To get out of the midst of it. Let me skip down for the sake of time. Let me skip down to verse 25. And look at what he says about in verse 25. The voice of them that flee and escape out of the land of Babylon, to declare in Zion. So you're going to leave Babylon, you're going back to the land. The vengeance of Yah, our Elohim, the vengeance of his temple. The Most High going to get vengeance on them. Do you know that they're going to have to pay for every drop of blood on every slave that they persecuted and they beat and they spilled his innocent blood? Do you know the Most High kept a record of that? Do you know that every man they beheaded, every woman they raped, every child they molested, Do you know that wasn't written in the book of remembrance? They're going to have to pay for that. Everything that they have done, the most I know about it. It's just it had to go down because of a situation that's bigger than us. But at the same time, the Most High keep tabs, and he kept tabs on every death, every dog bite, every slaughter, every beat down, every police brutality, every this. It's written. It's a record. And so at the proper time, it's going to be vengeance. And the vengeance is going to be for the blood of every lost sheep that they done spilled in this kingdom. The Most High, he remembers. We may forget, but the Most High, he never forgets. And so this is why he said the vengeance of his temple. This is the time that he said is the time that I'm going to pay them back for what they have done to my people. So it ain't going to be no turning no cheek. It ain't going to be no give your coat away and you take twain. It's none of that. Look what the Most High says in 29. Look what he said. He said, call together the archers. And who are the archers? Those are men with the intercontinental ballistic missiles. These are the men that's got those missiles that's faster than the speed of sound. These are men. And the Most High says, call these archers together against America. All you that bend the bow, everybody that aim a missile at this country, cap against it round about. Let none thereof escape. Recompense her according to her work, according to all that she had done. Do unto her, for she has been proud. Is not America proud? She has been proud against Yah, against the Holy One of Israel. And so this is what we're looking at, family. This is what we're looking at this prophetic moment right here concerning the United States of America, concerning the current conflict that we see happening that's unfolding right before our very eyes right now today. And this is going to be a process. It's not going to be an overnight process. So it's not like this is spoken, it's going to happen tomorrow. We're not saying this. But what you have to do, you have to learn how to be like a spiritual weatherman. A spiritual weatherman. And a weatherman is one that reads the climate. And he kind of foresees the weather. He looks at the weather and he can see it may be hot tomorrow. He can look at the weather and say, based on his analysis, it may rain tomorrow. Based on his analysis, and a lot of times he get it right. And that's on a physical level. But on a spiritual level, you and I, we got to be spiritual weathermen and spiritual weatherwomen. We have to be understand the spirit of Yah, how it moves, how it works, and based on how it's moving, it can give us a trajectory of how things are going to go. Because Yah has a pattern. Yah has a pattern. And once you understand its pattern, then you can stick with this pattern. Let me get something, just 1 second, family. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I apologize. But once you understand Yah, you understand his pattern. And I'm gonna talk about his pattern. I said it earlier. But we see that the Most High, he moves in 7. If you look at the 7th day, it's the Yom Shabbat. And when you look at the beginning of our year, in the month of Abib, and then the Most High tells us to do what? Count down 14 days, 7 plus 7, and we come down to the 14th day. And what do? Observe it for 7 days. And once it's over with, what do we do then? We count down 7 weeks, and we come to the Feast of the First Fruits. And after that, what do we do after that? We count down to the 7th month, and we blow the trumpets, and we come to the Yom Kippurim, the Day of Atonement, and then we come to the Feast of the Tabernacles. And how long do that last? 7 days. And so when we count up the 7 months, and we look at all the Shabbats that we had, we see that we had 7 Shabbats during the 7th month, the national ones and the weekly ones, if you add them up. And so after that, we see that if we were in the land, that the Most High said that we will work 6 years, and the 7th year would be a year release. And that if we did that 7 times, that would take us to the 49th year, and then we would be at the year of Jubilee. And so and this is a system, this is a pattern, this is a Yah's pattern, this is how Yah works. And so on the negative side, the Creator tells us in Leviticus chapter 26, if we mess up, then he gonna punish us 7 times. And if we don't get it right, he gonna punish 7 times more. And if we continue to do wrong 7 times, 7 times, 7 times, until he tell Daniel, 70 weeks are determined upon your people and the city. So we see a rhythm and a pattern that the Creator works in. And so once the 400 years was completed, the Most High keeping the pattern and rhythm that he's been keeping since he's been walking with Israel, he continues this pattern. And so if you count down 2019 and you count down 7 years later, you find yourself at 2026, and you see that this 7 years started with COVID, as I said earlier, it ended with the countdown to Armageddon of what we're looking at right now. So this has been a rough 7 years. This 7 years have seen over $1 trillion in damages from natural disasters, and over 1 million people have died in natural disasters from one end of the earth to the other end of the earth. So this is not normal. This is very abnormal. That's why they call it global warming. But it's not global warming. It's Yah's judgment. That's what it is. But, of course, they got serpent consciousness, so they're not going to acknowledge the Creator. So they're going to say global, but yeah, it's Yah. It's Yah's anger, not global warming. And so for the last 7 years, we've been seeing perpetual natural disasters, perpetual judgment, perpetual look up. You watch and see the spring. Right today, they had tornadoes all up in Illinois already. The day before, they had tornadoes all across Michigan before that. The day before that, they had all type of weather climatic disasters all across this land. And so this is what we've been seeing for the last 7 years. And so this year is the climax. This is the climax. And this climax is what we're looking at right now as the Most High gather these nations into the valley where they may be judged. And the United States of America is up front, up first. And so they were the first ones that the Most High brought up unto the judgment. And then the Jewish state, they came right with them to be co-conspirators. And so these are the first two nations that's coming up, the Jewish state and the United States. And that is Judah and that's Jerusalem. And so what we're looking at right now, real time, is we're looking at the demise of Babylon, or the United States of America as we know it. The Most High set up kings and removed kings. When Donald Trump was elected back in 2019, Slicker, when he didn't win back in 2019, he rose up, he just raised all that hell that the election had been stolen from him. And so now the Most High allowed him to come back in 24. And so you had to ask yourself, now why would Yah allow him to come back again? And this is what I was thinking all the time. I'm saying it's 2019. The 400 years has passed. So why would Yah bring him back as opposed to Kamala Harris? And so, because it's Yah who set up kings and he removed kings. And so once I thought about it and meditated on it for a little while, I said, oh, I see why. Because George Washington was like Donald Trump. Thomas Jefferson was just like Donald Trump. John Quincy Adams, Thomas Paine, the rest of the gang, they was like Donald Trump. They were European men. So since the Most High is going to bring judgment on the United States of America, why would he put her up there? She don't represent the 400 years of what this land has done to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. She don't represent that. So prophetically speaking, she couldn't win. She couldn't win. And to solidify that she could not win, the Most High made Biden's brain go bad only 4 months before the election. So she didn't have enough time to get enough traction to get in office. The Most High planned it all. And so now he puts Donald Trump back up in there. And look at what he's done since he's been back in. This man has brought the world to the point where the whole international order is in the process of being destroyed, because Iran has threatened to say this, because the son is the one that's taking over, Mojota, his son. He's taken over from the father. And they tried to kill him the other day. As a matter of fact, they injured him, but they didn't kill him. And the next night, that's when they got Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, they trying to deny that Benjamin Netanyahu is dead. But Benjamin, they got him. You don't see him no more. Why he ain't showed his face? Why he not roaring like a lion like he used to? Why you don't see him talking like he used to talk? It's been too many days he's been inconspicuous. And everybody throughout the media They're talking about it, that he's been eliminated. So I truly believe that Benjamin Netanyahu has been eliminated at this time, in this war. And so
I
this
think
is only going
on
to
day
heat it up.
10, day 9.
Say it again, my brother.
I think they're going on day 9 with him missing and his brother.
That's right. That's right. And he's not been seen. And so they got him, just like he got them. And so we in a chess game where the kings are being taken out and the queens are being taken out and the big pieces being taken out. And you know that when you play a game when the big pieces being taken out like that, this is a serious game, a very serious game, to the point that China's destiny is on the line because China has already lost Venezuela. Soon as Trump got Venezuela, he cut off oil sales to China. China was getting oil from Venezuela. He cut off oil sales from China. So China lost that. Now, see, China got one big problem. They have a massive economy. They have a very advanced civilization, but their Achilles heel is this: they don't have energy supply. So China has to import massive amounts of oil every day to keep that big old massive Chinese economy going. And so they buy oil from everybody around the world. But Iran is their biggest trading partner. China cannot lose Iran and survive. Trump knows that. He's playing chess. If he can remove Iran from China, then he knows China fall. He don't want China to be the number 2, number 1 economy. So it's a war between the iron and the clay, between the Chinese, the developing nations, and between the iron, the United States of America, the industrialized nations. And so the linchpin is the removal of Iran, which is the energy supply for China. And so this is what they were attempting to do geopolitically speaking. But prophetically speaking, they're going against everything that Yah has said. We just read Ezekiel chapter 38. We just read Jeremiah chapter 50. So prophetically speaking, they're going against everything. But geopolitically speaking, they're trying to go in to make a move. This is why I knew before the first shot was fired that they were doomed for failure. This is why they're losing equipment. They losing military bases. They losing men. None of the plots that they come up with is working, but they hiding all of this. They won't tell none of this in the media because they don't want us to know the depths of the fall of the United States of America. Because what we're witnessing right now, brothers and sisters, what we're witnessing real time, we're witnessing the collapse of the United States of America as a global empire since World War II. When the dust finally settles on this war, you won't have America bases in the Middle East. You won't have America military forces around the world because they're going to be depleted in this war. The Most High going to make this war last long enough for America to be depleted, and she's going to be weakened. And once she get weakened, guess what? It ain't going to be over with. At that time, that's when Russia and China going to want to fight. No, you don't get no breath right now. No, you the big bad boy. Let's fight. No, you've been around. So the big boys like China, not at war with nobody. They sharpening their swords. They getting their plowshares together and turning them to swords. They getting their pruning hooks and turning them to spears. They not wasting their bombs up right now. They getting more bombs. They getting more weapons. They spying and looking at everything. So when they make their move, they're gonna already been mapped everything out. So see, America has fallen into a trap. That's what they have fallen into, a trap. And prophetically speaking, we're looking at Jeremiah 50, Jeremiah 51, and Isaiah 47. So this is the motion that we're looking at, family. This is the motion. They'll never admit this on CNN or MSNBC or Fox News. And I know it looks different, but this is the reality behind what they show us. This is the reality. And so this is a very dangerous place for our people in the United States of America not to know what time it is. This is why y'all inspired me to write the book. He inspired me to write the book, The Revelations of Daniel, Yah's prophetic utterance to Black America and all mankind. This is the book he inspired me. And just let me read a couple. I'm just going to read a couple things from the book. Just a couple of things from the book to just show you where we are. Now, the book was completed in July of 2019. 1 month before August 19th, 2019. So right before the 400 years is up, the Most High blessed me to complete this book. Right before the 400 years is up. And so this is why this is a book for us. This is for us. This puts us in the front, not in the back. This lifts us up, not keep us in the valley. We become a mountain, go up to Yah's house in Zion in this book, not stay down in the valley of ignorance and religion and stupidity as people are living in the United States of America. So I'm just going to read just a couple of things from this book. All right. Now this portion I'm gonna go to is on page 498. Page 498. I read. The final conflict of the Battle of Armageddon will involve millions of UN soldiers and other warriors from individual countries worldwide. The State of Israel, Russians, Chinese, the United States, NATO, Turkey, the Arab League, Iran, their Arab militias such as Hamas, Hezbollah, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, the Taliban, the Mahdi Army, North Korea, and countless others will be drawn into the region for different reasons. Some of those nations will converge to protect their economic interests, like America. They there for the oil. Others will gather to protect their idolatrous religious shrines in the Holy Land. The Arabs are there for Islam. The Arabs do not want the Jewish state to touch the Dome of the Rock. In Jerusalem, you got a big controversy in the city of Jerusalem. In the city of Jerusalem, you got 3 religions in Jerusalem right now, 3 religions. And the 3 religions that you have in Jerusalem right now, you got Judaism. That's why you see the European Jewish people at the Western Wall, bow down at the Western Wall. Over, you see that. And then you have Christianity. And Christianity, that's why you got the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and all these other churches in Jerusalem. I went to Jerusalem. When you go in Jerusalem and you go to the center of Jerusalem, they got a 6-foot statue of Jesus Christ with a cross on his back. And they got a purple robe that's on the cross. And they got this life-size statue of JC, an image, abomination of desolation, sitting right there in the center of Jerusalem. Now, not only do you have that, when you walk over to the other side, you go to the other side, you got the Dome of the Rock. You got the place where the Arabs, they go in to worship Islam and their temple there. So in Jerusalem, you got Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And the truth of the matter is, none of them belong there. None of them belong there. None of them belong there. Jerusalem is the city of Yah, the King David built a temple to the name of the Holy One of Israel. And only his sacred name should be there. And the only reason those other names are there is because you and I are in captivity, scattered among the nations. And so when we moved out, they moved in. And so they like squatters. And so since we not claiming what's ours, just like a house, people squat in houses all the time. If nobody come back and claim it, then the squatter keeps it. And so since the Jewish state is claiming the land of Israel, Black America not claiming. What average Black person you see in America that's claiming the land of Israel? The average Black person you talk to. Is he claiming the land of Israel? The average Black person is not, but it's his. And so since he's not claiming it, then the squatters, they come in and they possess it. And we're talking about the Jewish state. They possess the land because the people who the land originally belonged to, for whatever reason it is, they don't want to go there. They don't know about it. They don't like it. They ain't heard about it. This is why, again, why we say the revelations of Daniel, Yah's prophetic utterance to Black America and all mankind. We got to wake up, family. We living in very important prophetic times. We living in times when things are not going to be the same as what you've been growing up with. America is about to undergo a major change. Do you know that in the first week of this war, that they lost $800 billion off their stock market? Do you know that right now they looking at the price of a barrel of oil that's going to shoot up past $100? They're going to shoot up to $200 a barrel. If that oil, the shit that oil, if those prices go that high, we going to feel the pain down here where we live in real low. And so it's going to be an economic turmoil among the nations. And this is also what the Most High is talking about in the book of Jeremiah chapter 50. But let's look at Isaiah chapter 47. Now, always go back and read the whole chapters, but we can't do that tonight for the sake of time. But I'm going to reference just to give some spiritual high points that when you go back and you look at it at your own time, your own privacy, you'll know where you're going at it when you read it on your own, because these are things that we need to know for ourselves. Now, look at what the Creator tells America. This is what the Creator says to America in Isaiah chapter 47. He tells America in chapter 47, he says, "Come down, sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon." So the Most High tells her that she's no longer at the pinnacle of power, but that she's got to come down and sit in the dust, and she's a new country, the virgin daughter of Babylon. So it's not like it's an old Babylon. It's a virgin. It's a new replica of Babylon. And this is what we know is America. America is a replica of ancient Rome, which is a replica of ancient Egypt and Babylon. And so America is definitely the daughter of Babylon. So he tells America, "O virgin of Babylon, sit on the ground. There is no throne. So you have no world dominion no more. You're not going to call the shots around the world no more." This is what the Most High is in the process of doing. But again, it's not going to happen overnight, but it's a prophetic trend, like a weatherman that can tell you next week it's going to be 73 degrees, who can tell you the week after we think the weather going to swing back such and such. So what we're saying prophetically, looking at the trends, America is on a downward stream. It's on a downward trend, a trend that's going to affect employment, a trend that's going to affect housing, a trend that's going to affect food, because you depend on them for food. You know, it ain't like you grow your own food. It ain't like you got, you know, it ain't like that. So, you know, we depend on master, to feed and to feed and nourish ourselves. So, but all these things are going to be affected once this throne is taken from America and she sit on the ground. "For you shall no more be called tender and delicate." So nobody gonna look up to you as this beautiful country that we supposed to be so careful with, because you just the pinnacle of power and this great beacon of hope. "Take the millstones, grind the mill, uncover the locks, make bare the leg." And this is what Jeffrey Epstein is all about. The Most High is making bare the leg. See, people didn't know how corrupt. People didn't know the depths of the wickedness. People had no idea how devious and demonic these people were. They didn't. We just, I say we because I don't want people to think that I think I'm better than anybody. So I say we. So we don't realize just how corrupt these people really are. Let me give you an example of the corruptness of that they come from in my book. I'm gonna go to my book and show you that Jeffrey Epstein, it just didn't get here. That Jeffrey Epstein is a continuation from the head down to the toe. That's all Jeffrey Epstein is. He's a continuation. He's been here before. He's been here before in the form of these corrupt Roman emperors. Now let me read to you. This is on page 161 in my book. I'm gonna read. This is about Emperor Tiberius of the Roman Empire. "Meanwhile, in the tranquility of the city of Capri, Tiberius, who was known to engage in homosexual relationships, presided over a sexually devious palace where sexual inmates consisting of men, boys, and girls were collected from throughout the empire." So that's where the word inmate come from. Inmates were actually captured men, women, and boys and girls that the Roman emperor used to capture them and put them in prison, and he would use them as sexual inmates. This is where the word inmate come from. Those sexual mates were interned in private sporting houses used for the emperor's fetishes. They were what was expected. They knew what was expected of them. At the same time, naked waitresses served the royal guests. There were also nearby groves that were filled with boys and girls who solicited money from the palace visitors in exchange for sex. Inside the palace, Tiberius had little boys known as titulars who teased him with oral sexual favors as he swam in the palace pool. So Tiberius, like Jeffrey Epstein, used to have little Roman boys. Instead of them having a mama's breast, he had them, they had these little children, they had a penis in their mouth. This is a Roman emperor now. These palace servants, known as, they had a name for them called the Spinnerix. These Spinnerix, they would regularly masturbate in front of him to excite him. So he had a group of men that would sit there and stand in front of him, and they would masturbate, and he would be the emperor, and he'll be looking at that, and he'll be saying, oh, like Clinton was doing down at Jeffrey Epstein Island. Clinton was down there with little boys and girls. I mean, Trump then was down there with little boys and girls. I mean, Biden then was down there with little boys and girls. It was just like it was in this book, what I'm reading right here, brothers and sisters. They didn't just get like this. They've been like this. Nebuchadnezzar, the great Nebuchadnezzar. Do you know Nebuchadnezzar? He was the same way. I got that in the book. I mean, what page is that? Let's go back to the book. At the beginning, at the head of the gold. When we go back to the head of the gold and we look at Nebuchadnezzar, I got a profile on Nebuchadnezzar because I have a profile on all these wicked emperors. And when we have a profile on Nebuchadnezzar on page 35, this is what they said about Nebuchadnezzar. It was reported that he practiced pederasty, meaning he had anal and oral sex with young palace boys on a regular basis. Now, this is what Nebuchadnezzar did. The great Nebuchadnezzar. He had a group of little boys that he had around him, that he had these boys orally sexually satisfying him on a regular basis. Nebuchadnezzar the Great. Ain't that something? Nebuchadnezzar the freak. But anyway, Alexander the freak too.
And let me tell you something, how crazy the freakishness goes. Do you know they would starve infants? The Epstein, if you go into the Epstein file deep enough, you'll find out that they would starve the infants to make them suck harder.
Right. I got that in the book. On his bedroom wall, he laced the quarters with exotic pictures of Grecian gods. Atlantia. That's where the word Atlanta come from. You know, Atlanta is the name of a Greek god. That's why they're so freaky down there. Atlantis, so it was the god of homosexuality back in ancient Greece, and they got the same spirit down there too, quite as it kept. But anyhow, Melegega, they performed oral sex. There he maintained an exotic library filled with manuals of how they would have sexual positions and other pornographies and other paintings. And it was reported that the Emperor Tiberius was known to rape male performers during religious ceremonies. So this emperor would sit there and look at men that were performing, and he would sit up and he would rape them like he's a, like he's an inmate.
You show this book. What's the book called again? What's the actual name of the book?
The name of the book is The Revelations of Daniel, Yah's prophetic utterance to Black America and all mankind. And all of these men, unfortunately, were like this. Alexander was like this. Tiberius was like this. Caligula was like this. Nero was like this. And guess who else was like this? Constantine, the man that founded Christianity. Constantine was no good neither. I got a profile on him in the book. His son was a homosexual. So they let you know what type.
Where can we get the book at?
You can order directly from myself.
Okay, where can I get it? Yes,
I like to give everybody my number, and you can order directly from me. And this way we keep our own distribution outlet set up. I don't want to go through the other folks and help them out. I want to help ourselves out. and set up independent distribution networks among us where we can actually, profit and, prosper at the same time, getting the message out. So that's why I ask people to get it directly from me as opposed to the other folks. All right. Then my phone number is, okay, area code 901-480-3475. I said one more time. Area code 901-480-3475. And so we have a history of this type of conduct. And what's got the world so up in an uproar is that they thought Christianity had somehow got that out of the heathen mind. But all of these people, even the Pope, they've been to the Epstein Island. Even the princes in Buckingham Palace, they've been to Epstein Island. The presidents, they've been to Epstein Island. The princes, the CEO of Fortune 500 corporations, Bill Gates, have been to Epstein Island. Even Negroes who don't know themselves and get caught up in the loop with these corrupt people, they've been down there also on the isle as well. Because our people, when they don't know no better, they get caught up in a lot of stuff. Ex Puff Daddy. They get caught up in a lot of stuff when they don't know no better. And so our people are dealing with some very corrupt souls. And so how do the Most High get rid of it? We're reading it in the book of Isaiah, the 47th chapter, as I was referencing. And look what the Most High says. He said, make bare the leg, uncover the thigh, pass over the river, your nakedness shall be uncovered. We're going to see America for what it is. The world going to see America for what it is. Her nakedness is going to be uncovered. Yeah, your shame shall be seen. Everybody going to know what she's like. I would take vengeance. I would not meet you as a man. So the Most High is not going to meet them as a man. He's going to meet them as a divine power that they cannot fight. So because if it was a man, they'll fight. But a divine power, they cannot fight. As for our Redeemer,
show the full book. Just show it real quick. Right, so they know that if they get any other book than what that look like, that's not the book. Go ahead, call this number and get the book. Support the author, okay? He's selling it straight out of his thing. This is his number. Call him up. Get it delivered. Get the book. And he's reading out of the book as we speak. So there we go. Get the book.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And we're doing this because we want to wake our people up. We're in a very critical prophetic moment. And so the book is actually a compass. And you need a compass for direction. And so, you can be anywhere. If you got your compass, you can find which way you need to go. So the book was written to give spiritual clarity and to be like a compass that can kind of lead our people in the right direction by themselves on their own, and don't have to have nobody misleading them or leading them because they'll be able to function, because the goal is for everybody to be able to function, and so we want everybody to have the same knowledge that we all should have. It's not like I should know it, or this brother should know it, or that sister should know it, and the other people don't need to know it. We all should know it. And so that's the purpose of the book, to make sure that we as a people, we all know. This is Yah's prophetic utterance to Black America, all of us and all mankind, not only us, but to the world, because the world has got to accept us for who we are. And we are not who they said we are. We are the descendants of the ancient people that the Most High made an eternal covenant with. And that's got to come to light. The nations done buried us. They done buried us in the graveyard, in the valley, and they done buried us up and covered us up with confusion, and covered us up with emptiness, and covered us up with ignorance. And today, again, we walk around as a people without knowledge of our nationality and knowledge of our spirituality. And that's what causes us to be a lost sheep, because a lost sheep don't know where he come from, and a lost sheep don't know where he going, and a lost sheep don't know where he at, and a lost sheep can't open his mouth and speak. You can take a lost sheep from prison to judgment. You can take a lost sheep and he ain't got no beauty that no man should desire. You can take a lost sheep and he could be like a tender plant coming up out of dry ground. You take a lost sheep and he could be seen as a suffering servant that's just going from, you know, captivity to captivity to captivity to captivity, as if it's looking like one man being persecuted, but it's not one man being persecuted. It's a whole nation of people being persecuted. But the nation don't know what time it is. And so the whole nation is cut off from their parts, and the whole nation is disconnected from their path. And so the goal is to reconnect and reconnect with the covenant that the Most High made with our ancestors, and that we become those people once again. And so the Most High says this now, because people may say, well, why all this happened to us? You say all these things are true about us, and these things, well, look what the Most High said about it. Look what the Most High said. If you look at verse 6, the Most High, again, I say he's a straight shooter. He's going to tell you exactly what time it is. Well, why did we go through this? I'll read verse 6. Yah says these words. I was wroth, which is angry. I was angry with my people. I have polluted mine inheritance and given them unto the hand of thine and to thine hand. And you did show them no mercy. Upon the ancient has you very heavily laid your yoke. So this is why this has happened to us. This has happened to us on a divine level. Because see, our people don't realize that we are divine people. That's a big mistake. They didn't teach us that we are divine people. They taught us that we was the Negroes, African Americans, and colored and black. But we are a divine people. And what I mean by a divine people is that our destiny is linked with the Creator. All the forces over creation, we are part of that as far as the destiny of creation, and as with the Creator, we are part of that. And that's the covenant that the Most High made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. We are a part of that. And by us being a part of that, the Most High has a special destiny for us that's not linked to how many weapons we can get, not linked with how much money we can accumulate. It's not linked by how high we can get here in America, but it's linked with a special specification and a special purpose. And that purpose is to be his representatives, a light to the nations, a covenant to the people, a kingdom of priests, and a holy nation. That's what he would have us to be. And you know it's the truth. Who can sing better than we can? Who can dance better than we can? Who plays sports better than we can? Who more agile than we are? We got a certain rhythm about ourselves, even when we don't know ourselves. Everybody around the world still want to be like us. You go to Africa where Prince at. You got people over there dressing just like us. You go to Ghana where I've been. You got people over there trying to emulate us. All around the world. You go to Japan, people trying to be like us. Now this on a low level that we vibrating on. On a low level, they still want to be like us. Now how much more when the Most High set us in the pinnacle of power, and we singing like we singing, and we dancing like we dancing, and we worshiping like we worshiping, and we got this flair, and the whole world looking at that flair. All the world gonna be looking at us, family. We're gonna be the pinnacle of success to all the nations on the face of the earth. Thus says Yah. We got a certain flair about ourselves, and the Most High has put that in us, and that's why I say that we are a divine people. But we done lost it. We done lost it dealing with people who are not divine. That's why the Most High says, I polluted mine inheritance. He polluted us because he put us around people that were less than us. And although they said that we was less than them, the truth of the matter is, family, quiet as it kept, they really less than us. Now, that's the truth. That's a spiritual point of view behind it. But you'll never hit it in America. But the truth of the matter is, we are the descendants of the covenant people. And the Most High says it's an everlasting covenant, and that he will be a power to us even during the good times and the bad times. So even in the bad times, the Most High is still with us as a people, so we better than them. All we got to do is realize that and come back to the Yah mind, and then assume our position that the Most High has ordained for us. Then we'll see who we are. And that's what we got to do. That's our challenge. While they gathering guns and they going to the Valley of Yehoshaphat, and Iran shooting missiles, and America fighting against them, and all these nations gathering to doing what they doing, we doing everything non-violently. We doing everything spiritually. The Most High says that in Isaiah chapter 11, that he says this about us. He says this about us, that the days comes, says Yah. He says the days come that we as a people, we will have this type of spiritual power on our side. I'll read this one verse and I'll go back to what I was reading. But the Most High says that the days come that the spirit of Yah shall rest upon him, and the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of counsel and might, the spirit of knowledge and the reverence of Yah. This is what Yah say gonna be for the remnant that's gonna rise up in the last days. And that's what we seeking to be. And shall make him, talking about the remnant, of quick understanding and the reverence of Yah. He shall not judge after the sight of his eyes, what they showing us, neither reprove after the hearing of his ears, what they telling us. But with righteousness shall he judge the poor, and reprove with equity for the meek in the earth. He, which is us, shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth. The Most High gonna give us the power to smite the earth with the rod of our mouth. In other words, the things that we say, they will materialize. Whatever you say in Yah's name, it's gonna manifest itself. But you gotta do it in righteousness now, because you hear what it said now, and righteousness. So you gotta do it in righteousness. It ain't no magic and no hocus pocus and nothing like that. It's a discipline, a spiritual discipline, and a that we walk in and a way of life that we live by. And once we do that, then that divine power is gonna come back to us. And once we get that divine power, we're gonna be able to smite the wicked with the breath of our lips. We be able to speak things into existence, and they'll manifest themselves before us. This is a power that we do have that we don't know we have, because they got us wrapped up in this other stuff over here. But back to what I was saying about Isaiah in chapter 47 very quickly. See, they got us wrapped up. And I said, oh, how crafty this man is. They got us wrapped up. And so the Most High, he says that I was wroth with my people. And that's the reason that he delivered us over into their hand. But verse 7 in Isaiah 47, and you said, I shall be a lady forever. That's America. They're going to be on top forever. For that you did not lay these things to your heart, neither did you remember the latter end of it. Therefore, hear now this, you who are given to pleasures, that dwell it carelessly, that says in your heart, I am, and none else besides me. America is great, and there's no country as great as America. We rule the world. I am the superpower, and there's none besides me. I shall not sit as a widow, neither shall I know the loss of children. But the Most High said this to you, Donald Trump, in verse 9. But these two things shall come on you in a moment, in one day. The loss of children, your soldiers, widowhood, their husbands gonna be lost. They shall come upon you in their perfection for the multitude of your sorceries and for the great abundance of your enchantment. For you have trusted in your wickedness, America. You have said, none see it me. They don't think the Most High exists. They atheists. Your wisdom and your knowledge, it has perverted you. You have said in your heart, I am, and there's none else besides me. Therefore shall evil come upon you. You shall not know from where it arises. Mischief shall fall upon you. You shall not be able to put it off. And desolation shall come upon you suddenly, which you shall not know. So this is the prophetic destiny of the United States of America. This is the prophetic destiny. And the Most High has this left on record. And he wants his people to know this, so we won't get caught up and be like some of our brothers are on the USS Abraham Lincoln in the middle of the Persian Gulf out there fighting, and supposed to be on your side, but they on Satan's side, fighting against the wrong side. You don't want to be like the brothers and sisters on the USS Gerald Ford. Don't know this countdown to the Battle of Armageddon. You joining up to a military that's actually the Most High has said that we just read about it, that it's coming down. So you don't want to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, on the wrong side, in the wrong frame of mind, Because if you do, you're going to get what they got coming. So many of our people going to go down with them because they trust in them, and they put their life in them, and they put their stake in them, and they're going to go down with them in the Titanic. But if there's going to be any deliverance, if there's going to be any salvation for us as a nation of people, it's going to be when we liberate our mind. That's the key, to liberate our mind, and liberate our mind to Yah consciousness. That's the key for us as a nation of people at this prophetic moment. Christianity is not going to save our people. Judaism is not going to save our people. Islam, I know it's done a lot for us as far as militancy and giving us a sense of self. But in the final analysis, where we're getting at right now, even Islam is not going to be able to help us. Only spirituality is going to be able to help us. Religion will not be able to help us. No religion is going to be able to help us. Religion, there's no salvation in religion. Only salvation through spirituality. And when you think about it, you experience spirituality every day. If you have eyes to see, if you have ears to hear, if you just look at the world around you just for a moment and just don't think about what's been programmed into you just for a moment. And if you just look at the world around you just right now, every day, if you look up at the sky, and when you look at the sky, and when you look at the great expanse of the sky, and when you see the white clouds, and if you pay attention to them, they be tossing and turning, and they be moving to the open firmament of heaven. And these clouds be moving from, I say, from California to China. And these clouds be moving, no gas stations, no fill-ups, no need to stop. But we see this every day. We see this motion. We see this energy. But it never dawns on us that this is divine energy that we witness it right before our eyes. Every day when we wake up, we see a sunrise many times. We see the sun come up out the east. And we see the dark skies turn from the blackness of night to the darkness of blue, like somebody to cut a switch on, as if you cut the light on when you come in the room. But you never acknowledge the spiritual energy that just did that miracle right before your eyes. Who you think did that? The white man that you trust in? Harp? Because some nigga will believe white man, he's God. He got harps. He control the wind. He control this. He control this. He do this. He do that. So who you think doing that? Oh, great master? And then when you look at the sun move across the open firmament of heaven, and it moved up to the noonday, and it's like a man got a basketball under his arm like Michael Jordan. But you don't see no hand holding the sun up in the sky. But for some reason, it levitates and it stays there. It never drops, but it moves and it moves and it moves until it don't be no more, until it's set. And then when it happens, it's like somebody pull the curtains. And when they pull the curtains, all of a sudden it's sunset. And then all of a sudden it's black. And all of a sudden the moon come out in a different phase. And then the stars get set in different arrays. This is spiritual energy. Now we witness this every day. Every day that we live, we witnessing spiritual energy. But we never connect the dots. We never connect the dots of what we're seeing. And that's the big mistake. And the big mistake is because you're wrapped up in religion. You can't appreciate the spirituality that's right before your eyes. You're looking at spirituality. Religion is not what caused the sun to shine. The spirituality, energy. The suns give energy, which is another word for spirit. So the sun gives energy. That's what caused the sun to shine, not religion. Jesus don't make the sun shine. Jesus don't make nighttime and nighttime. Jesus don't give the breath of life to every human being. You got everybody breathing the breath of life. You got 8 billion people on the face of the earth, and every 8 billion souls on the face of the earth, they all inhale and exhale, and they inherit or they breathe the ruach, where the serpent calls it oxygen, the serpent calls it air, because he don't want you to know that Yah is there. And so he's gonna say, you ain't breathing on you ruach. What you breathing is air, because he wants you to have, again, serpent consciousness. But all 8 billion people are inhaling and exhaling. All 8 billion people are enjoying a spirit of energy that causes food to grow in the earth. It's not religion when grain come up out the ground. It's not religion when cabbage and vegetables grow out the ground. It's not religion when a cow has a calf or a sheep have a little kid or a goat have a kid. That's not religion. That's nature. So again, the Creator ain't never dealt with religion. This is something they gave us over here to get us all twisted up. But what we are a divine people. We are a spiritual people. We are connected to the Creator of the heaven and the earth and the sea. And that's why we vibrate like we vibrate. And they know that. And so it's in their vested interest to keep us away from that. And so since they're going to be the serpent in the midst of the garden, their purpose or their role is to keep you from that. And so we're going to entertain you with folly and foolishness and this and that and keep your mind on this and keep your mind on that and keep your mind on this, so you can never come to your true potential. But your true potential is that you're a spiritual man, you're a spiritual woman, we're spiritual people, and that we are connected with the universe, which is Yah himself. And the connection is the covenant, and the instructions is written in Torah. And this is when we do that, we walk with the eternal. That's what he said. And he walked with Yah. So then we walk with Yah because we got the wisdom in our mind. We got the understanding in our soul. And we got the might in our emotion. That's the power. Once we do that, it's lights out. See, the Creator is trying to get us there so he can do his thing. But see, Black America, they like almost like Lot's family. The Most High trying to get them out. And the son-in-laws and the daughter and the family, they started wasting time and don't want to leave. Instead of saying, can we stay or do we have to really go? And the wife, she was so terrible, she looked back and he told her, don't look back. But you show you how people live, they don't want their captivity go. They just can't keep looking forward. They always got to look back to the old days and the old times because, people just don't want to be free and move forward. And she looked back and that was her destruction. So we got to stop looking back. And we got to start looking forward because ain't nothing behind us but bad stuff. What's in front of us is freedom and liberation and salvation and our nationality and our spirituality. That's what's before us as a nation of people. And again, they not going to tell us this. So we waiting on them to tell us this. We're going to be sitting where we sitting the next 400 years as a nation of people.
Ashe. Man, listen, we are at almost 4 hours. We have like 10 more minutes before we get to 4 straight hours of just bangers, okay? Of banging information. You guys, listen, let me just tell y'all that this is probably, listen. You know what I'm saying? All that. Just hit everything that you can think of, okay? Everything. We just everything. Okay, so I want to give a shout out to our brother who we promoted his book. Please get his book, The Revelation of Daniel, Yah's prophetic utterance to Black America and all mankind. Call 901-480-3475 to get the book. He ain't on Amazon, guys. It's not on Amazon. You got to go call him and get the book directly delivered. Get that book. In that book, you're going to find some prophecies. It's going to blow your mind. Shouts out. But what we're going to do is we're going to get like some words from everyone who's been here. I mean, George Kidd, you have been here just patiently listening. I mean, do you have a question or do you have a statement? What did you want to say? Still there? George Kidd, you still there? Okay. Well, I don't know where he's at. He probably but if he comes back up, we'll ask. But okay, right. Mighty Hebrew, what are your words?
Like you said, go get that book. Go get that book. I'm sorry I went off and my phone, it completely died. But I'm here to tell y'all, go get that book. That's all I'm going to say. You hear great presentations out there.
Hallelujah. I praise you the Most High Yah.
All right. So that's all you have to say, Mighty Hebrew?
Indeed, he said everything. There's nothing to go back, go behind that. Excellent. Hallelujah.
All right. So Ashe. So George, I'm gonna give you one more chance. Do you have to say something, a question or a word? Do you have something to say, or did you conquer? Did we lose you, George? Did you go to sleep? Or did you go to bed? Did you go to bed? Did you fall asleep? Okay. The dog down. All right. So he's asleep. All right. So all right, we're gonna give a final word with Baba here and get our final word, and then we are going to, just kind of like get everything, like we're gonna like get the book. That's the bottom line. Get the book. Get the book. All right. What's your final word, sir?
Yeah, I would like to let all people also know that we have what we call a book club. Once you get the book, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the number for the book club teleconference. We come on every 2 weeks. Every Young River Eve, which is Wednesday. We were supposed to be on tonight, but when Prince had told me about the opportunity to come speak with you and your people, I canceled that so I can come in to be with you all. Because I wanted to talk to my brothers and sisters here. But once you get the book, every second Wednesday, we come together with the Revelations of Daniel, Yah's prophetic utterance to Black America, all men can, our book club teleconference. And what we do with our book club is we actually track, like I said, the weatherman, spiritual weatherman. So we track events, we look at the pace of events, we look at the book in reference to the different events, and we go back, and it gives us a more spiritual clarity of where we at and what we're looking at. And I want to say this last thing. I don't say what I say lightly, family. And I don't say what I say without gravity. And I don't say what I say without researching and doing a lot of research and looking at it over and over and over again. And I've looked at this thing for many years, and I have had it wrong before. And so I know what it is to be wrong and to go back and to get it right. And so I would just like to say that what I'm saying has been well thought out, and I thank the Most High for spiritual clarity. And all I'm trying to do is help my brothers and sisters be spiritually clear their own self. That's the whole purpose of the book. And if I can help you do that, and you can stand on your own as a brother and stand on your own as a sister, and we stand on our own as a people, then the book has been a spiritual tool in the redemption of us. Because I just want to be an asset to Yah. I want to be somebody that helps Yah out in his divine plan on what he's already said he's going to do. But since I'm living, I want to be a positive asset to that plan. And I pray and hope that this book is that. So that's my final word, my beloved sister. Thank you for having me here, and I truly appreciate you.
All right, Ashe. Well, with all that being said, we're going to wind down. This has been, 4 hours of fire, guys. Like, if you guys haven't gotten edified by this, I don't know what else you could do. You know what I'm saying? What else can you do? Everything, So shouts out to our brothers. Thank you, Mighty Hebrew, for bringing our elder to this room to share his knowledge. So without further ado, we're gonna listen to. I want you guys let me know what y'all think of this new song that I'm doing. It's a new song that I'm trying to put together for this. Give me a yes or no. Do you like it? And then we're going to just kind of fade out. But let me know what you think. Give me thumbs up or
Stay
thumbs
away.
down.
Stay away. Stay away. Stay questioning.
DJ Genesis Detroit. Truth in the algorithm. Welcome to the live stream.
Yo, Live stream junkie with the mic turned on, breaking down the matrix while the lights stay on. Politics, religion, yeah, we question every claim, while the media playing narratives and shifting every frame. Ancestors speaking through the wisdom of Ifa, cosmic knowledge shining like a distant star. From Detroit to the world on a digital stage, dropping truth bombs every time I hit the page.
Welcome to the channel where the truth get deployed.
DJ Genesis live from Detroit.
Breaking down the system, every lie gets destroyed.
Tap in, subscribe, you rocking with the voice.
Welcome to the channel.
Where the truth get deployed.
DJ Genesis live from Detroit.
Breaking down the system, every lie gets destroyed. Tap in, subscribe, you rocking with the voice.
Debates on fire, got the comments going crazy. Asking questions that the system can't face me. From ancient civilizations to the modern day lies, connecting dots that they hide from the public eye.
Knowledge of self, yeah, the ancestors guide. When the full moon rising for the spiritual tide.
This the place where the truth gets exposed.
Every live stream, another chapter unfolds.
To the channel. Welcome to the channel where the
truth get deployed.
DJ Genesis live from Detroit.
Breaking down the system, every lie gets destroyed. Tap in, subscribe, you rocking with the voice.
DJ Genesis Detroit. Truth seekers unite, 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 unite.
What do y'all think of it? What do y'all think of that? Let me know what y'all think. I'm thinking about doing like something, making something. An intro, I have my normal intro, but let me know what y'all think. I really appreciate any input. Y'all like it?
Positive motivation, positive inspiration, and good beats.
Well, thank you so much.
You got to be positive inspiration, positive messaging, and you're saying something that counts. So I give it a power.
All right. Well, we're gonna do our, and then and then we have people didn't do the fulfill my money thing, my little money, give me like little super chats, but it's okay. But I'm gonna still play the money mantra for y'all because I think that people need to like actually have a mantra for money. Let me do this real quick.
To make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude, I'm making money move. Piggy bank on full, and I'm living life abundant. I'm making money fast. I'm a money making magnet, making cold hard cash. I'm making money. Oh, I am blessed.
That is the money mantra. Whenever you donate to the channel, you get to hear that money mantra. But also, you should, if you gotta clip it out, I gotta still make it downloadable for you guys so that you can like hear it as a mantra in the morning, listen to it, sing it. I'm blessed to make money making money. And I got that from Reverend Ike. Reverend Ike has a whole thing where he talks about making money making money, money making money. Everybody called him a prosperity preacher. Well, what's wrong with being a prosperity teacher or a person that promotes prosperity? Why would we have someone preaching downtroddenness and sadness? So I wanted to like take what he did and made it into a song, but it was really based on Reverend Ike's and his whole meditation on money making money, money making money, money making money, I have money making ideas. So that's what that was about. So I'm going to end this stream. Much love, guys. I really appreciate everybody. In peace.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. Yeah. See if you believe in the God in you. It's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. That's right. Only you can make the change. Share your energy. Shine so bright from darkness to from darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way.